I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
It's another beautiful Monday morning. Good morning, Lagos. You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Many thanks for joining us. My name is Deborah Eze. And of course, I'm not going to be doing this alone. It's a Monday. I'm here with our very own
Onyeka Valentine.
Onyeka Valentine.
Let's go.
All right, so I learned something over the weekend.
Right.
And I'm going to gladly share.
Okay.
So I learned that you're not supposed to ask people, how was your night?
Right, because
How was your night means something else.
Okay. Right.
So I have to ask, did you sleep well? Or, did you sleep well? How did you sleep? Yeah, so did you sleep well?
In our present economy, that's probably very difficult to answer.
Okay.
But averagely, I would say 50%.
So how was your weekend in total?
The weekend came with a lot of jobs.
Why is your weekend always coming with jobs?
I will tell you. I mean, truth be told, in our wonderful Nigeria, at this point we can't sleep with eyes closed. Shut one eye, open one eye. And now that we're in Christmas period, all these kids throwing knockouts around. We don't even know if it's one bandit somewhere or something. It's confusing.
Right. That's true. That's true. But I think the sound of, you should know better anyways.
Well, I should.
The,
but
the sound of
again,
knockout and the sound of gone are actually like
two different
things.
These guys have, look, they've improved the design of this so-called firecrackers.
Okay.
Sometimes you can't even tell which one is a grenade or which one is
I know, right?
It's a firecrackers.
Well, hopefully this week, this is a new month, and it's really beautiful starting the Monday, with a new month. Has it ever happened this year? I think this is like the first this is like the first of it. So hopefully this week is going to bring us something beautiful and the month in general. Anyways, let's take a look at the headlines that we have for you this morning. And the first on our headline is Dangote Refinery pledges 50 million liters daily petrol supply from December. That's from today. And we have bandits attack church, wicks away pastor, wife, church members in Kogi. And cash outside banks surges by 1.81.7 billion naira in 1 month. And finally, Jonathan to Tinubu, Guinea-Bissau coup, staged, managed. Anyways, that's the headlines that we have for you. Let's take a look at the first one, which is Dangote Refinery pledging 15 million liters daily petrol supply from December, which started from today. Do you think this is possible?
Well, I will say this, should be told, it is possible.
Okay.
Now, we're beginning to have a great smile on our faces. Why? We can see the difference between government-managed refinery and private-owned refinery. You can quickly, as a private-owned refinery, they can quickly run the indices and give it to us on time.
Okay.
Unlike when it's a government-owned refinery.
It's not the same thing. It's numbers. It's easy to just throw numbers around.
I agree with you. It's easy to just throw numbers around so that they can attract more business opportunities. However, they say when you say something and you don't back it up with words, you can only fool the people one time, but you cannot fool the people all the time. In the words of Bob Marley, he says, you can fool the people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time.
This is wow.
So if they aim to fool us, well, it is on us, it's on them, but they do the games on us. So I don't think that's their aim. I think for a company that big and large, with all the fact that's been in news for a while now, they want to get the indices right, knowing that they have a lot of competitors and people who just want to see them not succeed. I, for one, want to see Dangote Refinery succeed, which is why I always say that, look, it's the Lord's work. So I think if they pledge that they can push out 50 million liters, right? Coming from this December, I think this is achievable, knowing that they've been running back to back, even with the issue they had with Pengasin.
That's what I want to say. Are you sure this market has to be able to receive this petrol without bottlenecks? Logistics and distribution, do they have all of that covered? That's why I said, are you sure these numbers is actually not yours? Yes.
So we all know when it comes to private sector, right, you can only but take what they've told you.
Right.
For you to go and run checks and all that stuff will only mean that you work within their circle. But if it's government, you can ask questions and they can run from one department to another ministry. But in this case, I think that, okay, let's put it this way. Let's assume that it's not realistic. What does this now mean? It means that they put themselves under pressure. Because now marketers and drivers will now go there, flood that place, and if they don't have product to give, it will hit the news. And definitely we'll talk about it. So you see now, it will end up being them shooting themselves in the foot.
Because this is the time of the year when people are already coming in. I saw a tweet this morning, and then the man was like, Nigerian men, you guys know how to bring women down to the country. So it means like people are already like flooding in for this December. And this is the time where we usually would have petrol scarcity because we don't have enough to actually like feed the people that are actually like tripping in. So I really hope that this numbers are not just numbers, and like you said, he's really doing a lot of work and he's going to be consistent with it. Anyways, let's take a look at the second headline, which is a very sad one. Bandits attacking, or they attacked a church and whisked away the pastor, the wife, church members in Kogi State. I must say Kogi has really been through a lot. Inter-village clash, herdsmen clash, now kidnapping. that state has not really had like
Peace.
peace.
Wow, continuously.
And and one thing again, let's not forget the church there. The church used to be, because it's not anymore. It used to be a sacred place where you can't just
your final stop to run away to.
Exactly.
An event when there's
even when there's war, you're sure that if you go to the church, you can actually be safe. But now this is a place where kidnappers can boldly, okay, let's not even, not even the church members, the pastor,
right?
Like you oh my goodness, what do you think about
so again, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. We have come to we are in an age, we're experiencing this present time, we're experiencing a change in a lot of things. Unfortunately, is it for good or is it for bad? I would rather say it's kind of tilting more to the bad, because like you rightly said, churches before now were seen as a sacred place, a last bus stop, an event where everything fails and like they say, something hits the fan, you run to the church for coverage and for them to give you hope and believing that prayers will solve everything. But now, as much as I hate to say it, and there's no way trying to throw anybody under the bus, but let's be honest, we are beginning to understand that prayer is not everything.
True.
It is a sad thing, but it's the fact. Those who brought religion, Christianity, and Islam to this country, if you go to their countries, they realized that a long time ago, and they moved on from those things. So they put technology first, because technology will only make the idea of religion even be more effective.
Yeah.
Because then you approach it from a sharper point. Why am I saying this? It is high time. What does it take CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, to partner with the government? What does it take them partner with the government to make sure every church has cameras, for Christ's sake?
Yeah.
Right? I had to
It's
throw
just
that
camera thing. Remember the
why?
one at Quara where they had like a camera there?
So when I mean camera, I'm not saying them going live. Yes, live is okay, but camera such a way that it can be at some several junctions, because that one was broad daylight. So you see, if the cameras are positioned such a way that we have our Ministry of Information, those information as it comes is sent directly in real time, so they can actually see 20 minutes before, 15 minutes before anything happens. If you see, these guys, they don't hide their guns. They don't come with concealable weapons. They come with AK-47s, most of them with RPG on bikes. So they move about in numbers about 20, 30. If we have cameras, for instance, right, at a major junction, and they pass, because we have people monitoring 24/7. Look, not only would we have succeeded in alerting them, right, also get our security personnel move immediately to intercept them, we'll also spend less money, because when now they kidnap them, they take them away, they ask for money. I don't want to be one of the people that will say government used to pay, because I don't have proof for that. But it begins to appear as if someone is giving money.
No one would tell you not to, because at the end of the day, we was here where we discussed kidnappers actually releasing school children,
was it for free?
Was it for free?
That's another thing.
Because someone is coming to address anything.
That's my point.
Yeah.
So I think that as much as our hearts go to the families of those who have been whisked away, the question now is federal government. We can do better. If we say how many churches, let us map out the churches. Because it looks as if they attack churches now. Let's map up the churches in those areas, right? And say these are the violent-prone areas where the kidnappers and bandits might strike again. Can we have cameras, planted in street lights? In fact, let's start by this. Can we even have street lights? Because it looks as if it's more or less in the village and suburb areas this has happened, not necessarily in the cities, right? In Kogi, I don't think it's in Kogi Central where you have the main city. It is within the suburb, right? Can we put street lights there? Can we put cameras that are on real time?
Even in Kogi, where's the city? Should we start with Kogi? Kogi is one state where I would say the state government has failed them. One time, I made the mistake of having to travel by road to Abuja.
Wow.
Because, I did something I wasn't supposed to do. And I must tell you, Kogi is a place I do not pray anyone
very remote
pass through, not to talk of even having to leave. They don't have roads. Should we talk about highway robbery? Should we talk about when communities are having clash, and then unfortunately
no respect for lives.
Do you understand? So Kogi is one place that, no, let's not even talk about city or not. The state government there actually failed them. And it's really, really sad that we are seeing something like this.
Right.
Because it was just on Friday, we're talking about a pastor who was killed. He was kidnapped with his wife and daughter. And now they're still trying to raise, I think, 600 million naira
If they have such
for them
money,
to be released.
would they even be in this country?
We like, do you understand?
honest.
So it's the audacity.
You know,
The audacity that actually comes with this kidnap. That's just the main thing. It feels like there's something backing them.
You know what? As much as I hate to compare us with countries and say we are underdeveloped and they're developed, it's time I just run a comparison. There's a reason why the United States of America will tell you we do not
You're
negotiate.
going far.
Exactly.
You're going far. You see, because my friends are based in Gambia. You see Gambia there,
They'll
very
tell you-
tiny. You cannot go away with crime.
Exactly.
It was when I went to visit, somebody stole someone's phone. I was like, oh, don't worry, you'll get the phone back. And I was like, oh.
And it's gonna happen.
And I'm like, really? Is this really going to happen? So other places have moved past crimes like this, even though they are not as perfect. It's not, you don't wake up every day and then you're seeing somebody have the audacity to bring out guns and then threaten the government.
And then walk without concealing the weapon away
And they still
from
get to do it again and again and again. Anyways, let's take a look at one other headline, and that reads: cash outside banks surges by 181.7 billion naira in 1 month. Now, is this to say that the people, the trust between the people and the banks actually not there? Because actually Nigerians prefer to actually have cash
in hand
than to go through the whole technological having to like have
Transfer.
your bank and all of that. One time I traveled, I noticed that other countries are actually using like Apple Pay to pay. Just tap your phone and then you can like pay for whatever it is you want to pay. They're using things like cashback. Like if you don't want to use cash, they'll take it from your account.
Most
Just buy what you want to buy.
Numbers.
But here in Nigeria,
Almost like this walk.
if you tell somebody that it's transfer what to make, they'll tell you that either you are charges or you got to look for the cash.
You know.
So do you think it's a trust, or you think Nigeria is not just there when it comes to the banking system and technology?
So I like the fact, I like the angle in which it came from,
Yeah.
right? Which is the angle of trust. I didn't even say about that angle. So it's the interesting part. Great one. So I think majority of Nigerians are still caught up with the euphoria of having physical wealth to actually say they are rich.
Right.
I remember I was watching an interview of Dangote when he has been interviewed in a particular platform. And then the interviewer asked him this question. I was very keen. I was listening. He said that, when did you really believe that you were, you had gotten there?
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that video.
Yeah.
He now said that, look, one day he just went to the bank, withdrew about $1 million
Yeah.
or so, and put inside his boot and drove home. And I opened the boot and looked at it. And I said, okay, now he's rich. But then again, I've come from someone like him at that time. This was in the 90s, I think. Was it 90s or early 2000s?
It's a thing for Nigerians.
So what I thought of that story is, it is a mentality which I think at this point in time, we need to understand that it is mundane, right? Why do we have more cash circulating than it used to be?
Yeah.
It's because people are holding their money out of fear of an economy that will have their monies in bank and they'll tell you they're bankrupt. People want to hold their money in cash and stack them up. They'll tell you, I rather prefer my money to grow moles, right?
Rather than
be in the bank and it depreciates. But what they don't know is because lack of information, right, is the reason why our people perish. What you don't know is when the cash is with you there, truth be told, you could have made more money if the cash is in circulation in the right business. You could have bought stocks. You could have been able to have, some other conversations with your bank officer. Now, you have one-on-one communication with your bank officer, and you advise you how well you can invest that money instead of packing the money and go dump it. And we see this is more prevalent with those who are into direct buy and sell and get paid. They boycott the system of transfer. People that sell cows, people that are into trading.
Like I said now, there's this thing where if I send you money that is up to 10,000 naira, I'm not getting 10,000, I'm getting 9,950 naira. So I think these are the things. I'd rather you give me, if I'm selling something to you, I'd rather you give me 10,000 naira cash and you take your product down for it to now transfer, then 15 naira is gone. We might say like 15 naira, but when it comes, I'm sure you understand, when it comes to business, that is a lot.
15 naira out of 200 billion is
yes.
200 billion.
And the people who actually make money circulate are those who are actually in the buy and sell business, not me and you.
Comfort of our bedroom, we just
exactly. So they know that money is definitely going to like come to their hands.
Should I shock you?
Yeah.
I can't remember when last I held 1 million naira like this cash.
Well, that's like I said, it's not me.
Do you know, because I find it very absurd to hold 500 naira cash physically.
Yeah, and I think you will spend it more. Like you will spend it lavishly.
You know,
when it's actually in your account.
Maybe we should try it one day. We'll just go to the bank. I just say, accountant, give me 1 million naira.
We can actually do it today.
And then they just tell me, you don't have enough money, sir.
Finally, before we go, Jonathan to Tinubu, Guinea-Bissau coup, staged, managed. You know, when I first heard that coup was staged before Jonathan came out to affirm it, I was in shock. That really, is that the way? You know, I was mentioning that African countries now, they actually like, it's coup here, coup there. Like all African countries, either it is scare or it's really happening. Because in Nigeria recently, we heard that, oh, there will be a coup before it was. And that's one thing about Nigeria that I like. If something that was said in the secret is actually like, you know, brought out in the time that they weren't expecting it, they quickly like know how to like douse it and make you like, oh, you guys don't know what you're saying. But Guinea-Bissau having to like stage this so the election results can be manipulated, I think that's low. That's like an all-time low.
So again, this is just alleged. Let's be honest. I mean, Jonathan.
It's not alleged anymore. Jonathan was there. He was there to like see the results and make sure the election goes well.
That's another thing. Because, I mean, truth be told, he's someone who Africa now kind of respects as someone who they see as he can be an observer.
Yeah.
So in his own words, it was stage managed. The question now is, why was it stage managed? Did they realize that, wait a minute, it is time for us to make a statement? And what kind of statement? And who are they actually referring to? And why is it that Jonathan had to tell CNC that it was stage managed? Is it trying to tell a message?
No. Nigeria is still under West Africa. In Tinubu's administration. So I think it's okay for him to actually like have the conversation with him.
Are we seeing the future that this happened to some other place in Africa?
Okay. All right. Valentine is always in the future, especially on Mondays. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we'll step into our newspaper review segment, bringing you the top headlines, shaping the conversation across the country. Just stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Oh God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? a solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm still your host, Deborah Eze, and joining me in the studio for more insights this morning is
Onyeka Valentine.
All right, it's always good to have you. So let's do this. First off, our first stop is going to be the Business Day newspaper, which is our sister company. And the big story on the Business Day newspaper this morning reads, World Bank urges trade reset to cut Nigeria's poverty. World Bank urges trade reset to cut Nigeria's poverty. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And we also have Nigeria eyes 24 hours cycle next after slashing stock settlement time by a third. And that story is on page 30. We also have FMDQ, FC4SL, FSD Africa, Chapel Hill and Kautani in landmark sustainable finance collaboration. And that story is on page 30. I think this is the new one. We have the Tax 360. And to see what that is about, check out page 22 and 23 of the Business Day newspaper. And finally, we have Dangote Refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. And that story is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. Before we actually talk on the big story, I would really like to appreciate the fact that, Business Day has taken it upon themselves to actually school people about tax, because we cannot deny the fact that people are really confused about what the tax is going to be all about. And most people are just waiting for January 2026 to see what the tax man is actually going to, tax the people. So it's a really good thing that Business Day is taking upon themselves to actually school and educate people on what the tax is all about. And one thing that stood out for me was the tax calculator, because in as much as I understood what the tax, should I say regime is going to be all about, I didn't really understand how to calculate it. So the tax calculator, business actually have like a tax calculator on their website where you can calculate how much you earn and what you're supposed to pay for tax, making it very easy for people so there's no confusion at all. You know whether or not you're going to be paying tax.
There's a new platform which is called something Hub.
I think that's the Tax Hub.
Tax Hub, right?
Tax Hub, where you get to like, so they're going to be having weekly conversation about tax, where you get to like I said, educate people on a weekly basis on what you're supposed to do.
Anchored by,
and, you know, I that information, I'm not sure what that information is going to be.
I'll read it. Don't mind me.
All right, so the Tax 360, like I mentioned, you pick up the Business Day newspaper and check out page 22 and 23, so you get to understand, because no one is escaping it as far as you earn and you meet up the qualification for you to pay tax. You're definitely going to pay tax. So what's better than you actually knowing what you're paying for and where your monies are actually like going into? So let's take a look. I wanted to touch on the Dangote refinery story, but we've done that already. And let's just hope that, you know, it's not just messy, and it's something that would actually, like, you know,
Benefit
be able
masses.
to happen. 1.5 billion is actually a lot, in my opinion. It is a lot.
It is a lot, and like, you know, like even though we touched it before, it's really, so it's a concrete for us. Is that word? It gives you more rest of mind to know that a company can tell you, don't worry, we've got your back.
Yeah.
So it's not left for us to now say, do we now, you know, be rest assured that the marketers will do that they need to do, that the tanker drivers will do that we need to do. In other words, get this product to the stations. Let's not forget in a hurry, the fact that he has said it will be available doesn't necessarily mean that we will get to the pump and then we'll get fuel.
Yeah.
There are still other hurdles this thing must go through.
Yeah.
Tanker drivers, you know, marketers must also do their due diligence to make sure that there's no scarcity, because dirty December needs to be dirty.
Okay. All right. So this one caught my attention. That's the big story on the Business Day. World Bank urges trade resets to cut Nigeria's poverty. I'm of the opinion that importation is actually part of our problem.
Right.
Importation is one of the reasons why we've not moved from that poverty level that we are supposed to have moved from. And the World Bank is actually coming out to say, if you have to cut import tariff and also lift import ban for us to be able to, like, you know, fight inflation quickly and also the rise in poverty. Do you? I know. I'm not going to call it sentiments. I know what you feel about the IMF, the World Bank, and also the Afrexim Bank. I know what you feel about it.
So I'll throw my darts at World Bank and, you know, the IMF.
Okay.
I'll just let Afrexim Bank, you know, off the hook.
Okay.
So IMF and World Bank, you guys don't pay me any money, so I'm going to say my mind the way it is. Let's be honest. Look, what is really their concern with Nigeria? I keep telling people, if someone doesn't say, don't worry, I will save you, when you're not in trouble, when someone says, I will save you, you're not in trouble, simply means that they benefit from your trouble. They benefit. Yes. Look at it closely now. You see, I was watching William Ruto, that's the president of Kenya, the other day. He said, when these institutions were put in place, right, no African representative was there many years ago. Right? They just came together, the Westerners, different people came together and then created World Bank, created, you know, IMF to suit their own interest. And so the question now is, will Africans and African leaders, can we have a seat at that table in decision making? Right? Fine, everybody needs to borrow money. It's not just unique to Nigeria. Other countries also borrow money. America also borrows money, but it's easier for them because they can print it. Right, but there's cost for printing. But however, when World Bank and, you know, IMF comes up every now and then to now give us one scary, you know, statistics back to back, it goes to show us that, look, for every time, right, they sneeze, we catch a cold. So our economists, our analysts, likes of Bismarck Rwani, likes of other top economists, I've said before, and we'll keep on saying that, look, that the day Africa is in control of its own, you know, banking system and analysis in such a way that things can flow, the better for us. Why? Because if you look at it closely, you realize that, yes, people run to IMF and World Bank because over time, they've created some form of brand and name. What makes you think we can have a different monetary system that will be in the interest of Africa? We know there's Afrexim Bank, but the question is, can we hope that Afrexim Bank doesn't get direct information from IMF also. We don't know that. I'm not a financial expert. But as broadcasters, we want the best for Nigeria. We don't want people or organizations around the world to now see Nigeria as is a big place. How do we get a chunk out of it? Do we, prophesy doom so they can come to us to borrow money? Because every time they borrow from us, remember, there is interest to be paid. And they are praying that we don't ever come to pay the money on time so they can keep milking the nation.
All right.
Well,
that was very insightful. Let's take a look at the Guardian newspaper.
Right.
The Guardian newspaper, the big story on the Guardian newspaper reads 42,000 schools still vulnerable despite $30 million saved school funds. That story is on page 6. And on the top of the Guardian newspaper, we have discordant tunes trail Tinubu's ambassadorial list. And that story is on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And also we have fresh abductions, killings, test Tinubu's security emergency, heighten anxiety. And that story is on page 6 of the Guardian newspaper. And also the Dangote refinery story to supply 1.5 billion liters of PMS monthly. And that is on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. And finally, we have World AIDS Day. UNICEF projects 1.8 million child death by 2040 amid funding cut. And that story is on page 3. About this Tinubu's ambassadorial list, what is your take on it? People were actually saying that it wasn't cut across, it just shared it to people like it's their birthright, and a certain part of a certain region in Nigeria keep they're actually left behind all the time, and now it's looking like it's on purpose at this point. What do you think about it?
So it's not far from the truth at all. This has always been the plan. When you are the ruling party, you actually do what they call you. You rule.
Right.
Unfortunately, it shouldn't be like that. There should be some form of deliberation, come and agree. But again, this is the CNC we're talking about, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. He reserves the right to appoint or fire whoever it is that he deems fit. However, there's this unwritten law that is there. Don't forget to favor us. So don't forget that you should come from our region or come from different places. He can choose to choose from a particular region if he likes. All he might be looking at will be competency. Is this person going to pick? Is going to be competent? Can he represent the nation properly and have diplomatic, relations be our priority or be a priority at some point in time? Like for instance, we almost had a breakdown of Nigeria, the United States, diplomatic relationship because ambassadors and all that stuff was not put in place.
Why now? It feels like that actually prompted
It did, most definitely. It prompted because, truth be told, the man who we're talking about here is someone who has been known to always take his time to respond. He's not a Donald Trump. He is a Tinubu. I'll use that word. Okay. I want to say Tinubu, I mean to say he's who he is. Based on the fact that as the Commander-in-Chief, right, he will make decisions as he deems fit. And I must give it to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He's not someone who you can push around very quickly, right? That part of him is a good trait. And as a leader, you must be able not to be moved by every, emotions or moved by every action. He must calculate properly. So he has that as one of his skills, which is a great thing. However, right, we can't wait for too long. We waited too long to appoint ambassadors, which is why, maybe I might be wrong, but this will also have giving room for the United States to now say we have no other option but to openly say Nigeria is now a failed state or country or a disgraced country. All that's what he said on social media, right? And say we are coming gun blazing. That was very irresponsible of Donald Trump. Let's be honest. A lot of people have criticized him. Even his own government, they criticize him. Nigeria is not just a pushover. That's a big nation where they also have great interest, But however, while all that was being put in place, looking for who to appoint based on ambassadorial, seats, right? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu already sent people over to US to go discuss with them, and which is why they came up with the idea of let's now partner with Nigeria to curb insecurity.
Right.
But amid having ambassadors not coming from regions where people are now crying foul, let's be honest, we can't have ambassadors from every household.
Okay.
Nigerians are who we are. at some point you only please some, you can't please everybody.
All right.
Or should I sing?
No, don't sing.
Bob
You
Marley's-
can sing when we're done. All right, let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. What do we have on the Vanguard newspaper this morning?
All right, so in the Vanguard, by the way, sometimes it's good to throw in some sense of humor.
Yes,
so people get
absolutely.
to know that it's Monday morning. Let's take it seriously now. It says Dangote refinery to supply 1.5 billion liters of petrol monthly. We already mentioned this already. Still in the Vanguard, rather on the Vanguard, it says here, the front page, it says FDI loses ground despite surge in inflows. FDI loses ground despite surge in inflows. Page 22, you can find that one. Then in page 8, here it says presidency to Obasanjo, terrorism took root under your watch. Presidency to Obasanjo, it says terrorism took root under your watch. I might disagree. You know, I mean, at that time, we recorded some skirmish here and there, criminal activity like every other nation. It's not unique to only Nigeria. But never ever could he have ever gotten to this far, not in this kind of scale.
I actually agree. Because this story is like I've been saying, I've been very consistent with the fact that they now have audacity. It's not saying that, terrorism has not been there. It has been there. We all know when this became a thing.
But it took root.
But do you understand? They now have so much audacity.
Infantry.
Yes. So I agree with Obasanjo on this. I totally agree with him.
Actually, it's the presidency to Obasanjo. That is.
Presidency to Obasanjo.
Exactly.
No. It's the other way around.
It's the other way around, exactly.
It's the other way around.
So it is Tinubu and his cabinet saying.
That's the training.
Exactly. They are saying Obasanjo
don't you see
is responsible for this.
Very, very irresponsible. You know why I think it is? You shouldn't throw blame. I think it should be the other way around. People should throw blame at your administration, but not you trying to throw blame at previous. It shows that you're trying to run away from your responsibility.
It weakens your position. Really.
Yeah. Anyways,
so major one here says bandits unleashed terror in Kogi. We spoke about this already.
Yeah.
Kano, Sokoto, and Kwara. These are, this is just, it's as if it's a red line here.
Yeah.
Really. The bandits unleashed terror, Kogi, Kano, Sokoto, and Kwara.
I would have to hold your thoughts there because we're actually pressed with time. Because
yes,
I think the days actually carry most of the stories that we've read before. But let's quickly take a look at the cartoon of the day. The cartoon of the day. This one actually looks it looks very ish. This is Oga Minister, dance defensively. Let them think we are fighting. This actually reminds me of when we were in secondary school, and you're trying to make other sets of people, maybe your friends with two different groups, and you're trying to make them not think that you're on one side. You tell the other person that you're closer to, why don't we act like we are fighting, so that the other group can think that we are not close. So you get to get information from this group and then feed it to the other group. This is what it just looks like. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the Nigeria is just making its citizens look like we are babies, like we are in a playground.
Not far from what you said.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter still remains that someone is pulling the wool over our eyes.
Yeah.
And with this kind of description, they say creative work has a way of explaining in detail what's going on in a subtle way. But when you see that tango going on, because I call it tango, right, going on between a so-called politician and also a bandit, it makes you understand that what we are dealing with and facing in this country that has been looming over time has now matured to be a problem and a thorn in the flesh of Nigerians.
Yeah, that you don't have a choice than to live with it.
Live with it has now become very clear to us that some people in the government are in bed with this bandit.
You're absolutely right. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper review. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. And coming up next is Business Week, which will be anchored by Business Day's publisher, Frank Aibogun. Do stay tuned.
of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to Business Day Television. This morning we're bringing you a fresh edition of our weekly program, Business Week. As usual, joining me in the studios are Dr. Adeosun, the Chief Economist of Business Day, and Lolade Akin-Murele, the Editor of Business Day. We have a fresh serving this morning, but before we get into it, perhaps we'd like to just share with you some of the headlines this morning. Nigeria is meant or expected to receive approximately $20 billion in capital flows this year, and mainly in portfolio management flows. The Kogi State government has asked that worship locations in areas deemed unfit should remain closed for now. Dangote Refinery today has been announcing a commitment to supply a total of 50 million liters of PMS daily, and is asking the regulators to have some of their people in-house so they can monitor daily dispatch of PMS. I was quite intrigued. I thought they were doing that already because the regulators had recently announced deliveries from Dangote Refinery, and I'm wondering, how do they get those numbers if they are not there? Are they just imagining it, or are we seeing a fresh battle here between those who insist on continuing to import petrol into Nigeria, and of course Dangote that says it can meet Nigeria's domestic supplies? On the foreign scene, the Israeli Prime Minister has eventually sent a formal request to the country's president for pardon over 3 major charges of corruption that he faces in court. Mr. Netanyahu insists he is innocent, and I'm wondering why someone who is innocent is asking for a pardon. He might as well just wait until he's jailed or set free before we know exactly what to do. I mean, strange things happen these days. Anyway, let's get on to the matter today. The Central Bank Governor, Dr. Cardoso, delivered his usual December address to the dinner of bankers at the weekend. It was a very comprehensive statement. And so today we'll be looking at what he said, if it will help us to understand or to just begin to imagine what we should expect next year. The one first thing is, it looks like this December statement by a sitting central bank governor is becoming institutionalized. What do you think, gentlemen?
Absolutely, and I think this is good. It's part of the engagement, societal engagement, stakeholder engagement, and it helps to, position our minds and expectations both for the organized private sector and the different, even households and individuals.
Yeah, for me, I think his statement was really good. It was
essentially in two parts. He took the opportunity to review his time in office and to just set a marker for what to expect in the future. I think for me, what stood out while he was reviewing his time in office is the fact that in the first 10 months of this year alone, Nigeria has attracted over $20 billion in foreign portfolio inflows. That's significant when you consider the fact that in 2023, when he was appointed, that figure was only $3.4 billion. So you're looking at a more than 400% increase in just that alone. And that's credit to the reforms that we've seen, the Naira stability, the transparency in the FX market, the clearance of the backlog that was a big deal in the past. And then looking ahead.
Let's look at it.
Let's do. Okay, go ahead.
He said something at towards the tail end.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I'll come back, God willing, December next year.
Mm-hmm.
Hold me to account.
I like that. Interesting.
Yes, I like that. That level of accountability.
Interesting. And not just accountability, but confidence as well.
Confidence.
It takes a lot of confidence to say to someone, hold me to account. And it shows someone who believes he's doing the right thing, as someone who is able to measure what he's doing,
precisely.
as someone who is able to demonstrate impact for what he's doing. And he's saying to you, look, there's darkness now. I tell you, I bet with you, there will be light here in December next year when I come back.
Yeah.
How has he managed to attain that kind of level for Nigeria's public service? You don't find that degree of confidence and excellence displayed.
I think we're coming from a very low base. The previous central bank administration really made a lot of goofs, so it was essentially very easy for Cardoso to just roll back some of those things. What we're seeing now is just he has returned monetary policy to orthodoxy, right? There's more people know what to expect now in terms of monetary policy. It's not like in the past when we had to devise our own unique monetary policies to cater to our own unique problems. But now there's a lot more predictability. The FX market is transparent, like I said earlier. The backlog, the dollar backlog has been cleared. Investors have the confidence now that if they bring in their money into Nigeria, there's that assurance that they can take it back. They've had their fingers burnt in the past, but what the new central bank governor has been doing is to just restore confidence and just take away that air of uncertainty that used to dominate the air in the previous administration. Because I remember that on so many accounts in the past, before Cardoso's tenure, the central bank governor at the time, Godwin Emefiele, would always promise foreign investors that they can easily get their money when they want to go out. But it never happened. Multiple meetings, which I attended, and I heard people talk about those meetings. So people have come to distrust the central bank governor. But now what Cardoso is doing is that he's now giving everybody a reason to believe whatever he says. That's why he doesn't go around over-promising. He just ensures that he sticks to the fact and then says what he can actually deliver on. And like Dr. Adeosun said, I think it was a really good one to say that, hold me, I'll be back here in December, hold me accountable. Some of the promises. I think he's on the right track, and the results are there to show that foreign investors believe the central bank governor. And that's the most important thing. Once there's that trust in the leadership of the central bank, then every other thing falls in place.
Well, thanks, Lolade. So he has begun to restore confidence of investors. He has launched a more orthodox approach to managing Nigeria's monetary policy, attracted significant foreign portfolio investment. About $20 billion is at the end of October. You say it's a reflection of almost 400% increase over what happened the year he was appointed in 2023. He has created confidence and integrity around central bank policies. He's not over-promising. He's okay. So what hasn't he done that you expected him to do? Let's pivot away from what he has done. What has he not done, Dr. Adeosun?
So I must say that this is a very tough question.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there is no perfect individual or institution, so to speak. Again, like Lolade alluded, we were coming from a very low base.
Mm-hmm.
So he has focused on the fundamentals. And I think that's what any right-thinking economist or central bank governor or governance framework will do. Now, what I would have wanted him to do or say in the speech, I would have loved for him to give us figures. But he was very careful. and also very intelligent of him. So we're just saying things like price stability. To what? You know, I would have loved him to say we would like to attain inflation rate at this average. These are some of the things I would have wanted him to.
Okay, Lola, what is it that you expected him to do that he hasn't done?
I want to take a different approach to that. Now,
Yes.
you know, many people expected, including myself, expected that, you know, he would cut rates at the last meeting, right? Because we've seen this disinflationary trend.
So perhaps he has been too much,
but
too conservative?
No, but what a lot of people don't understand, and that's why it's important that they read BusinessDay, because after that MPC decision, our headline story was about how the central bank actually tweaked its monetary policy to ensure that credit to the private sector is, you know, enhanced, right?
Which is also an element in moderating cost of money.
Yes. So he may not have reduced the rates, you know,
but he's made more money available.
Yes, precisely. So he adjusted the asymmetric corridor. So it's gone from minus 250 plus 250 to minus 50 to plus 450, which means
that's significant.
Very significant, but a lot of people have missed that.
People are not
talking about it. You know, I was so
you must go ahead and tell us what's the implication of that.
Yes, I was so impressed. You know, over the weekend, I was watching a program, and then Dr. Ayo Tariba was there as well, and you know, he was making the similar point that a lot of people have missed the point that even though the MPR was unchanged, but there were some other tweaks that were made that is even perhaps more effective than just reducing the MPR. But people tend to just focus solely
because
on
if you reduce MPR, there's usually a lag.
Yeah.
It doesn't trickle down very quickly. But so by changing this corridor, you can impact
precisely. So what has happened really is that you've seen an easing that is worth 500 basis points in the last 2 meetings.
Interesting.
So even if we don't see the impact, you don't feel the immediate impact, it has a long-term implication for borrowing, whether you like it or not, because now with that adjustment to the asymmetric corridor, it makes it less of an attraction for banks to just park cash with the central bank. So they would have to look for other ways to
deploy the cash.
Precisely. Now, what happened was the next day, immediately after the MPR decision, there was a surge in bank deposits with the central bank, but that was only because of an extra liquidity that came from the open market operations. But after that time now, we have seen that there's been a gradual reduction in cash that banks are parking with the central bank.
Interesting.
Now, how they deploy it is another thing. Yes, but at least you're saying that, and that's really good. So I thought to just highlight that. But in terms of what he should do more of, I guess maybe perhaps it's very easy to get carried away with the fact that he has done some very basic things, just trying to correct the damage done by the previous administration. But like Doc said, I think there should be more clarity around the inflation targeting, for instance. What is the real target in terms
of... We're going to come to what 2026 will look like, or what we should expect in 2026. Two things very quickly. I'd like for us to come to this point about what should the banks, or how should the banks be deploying the additional credit or capital that is now available to them. And then, of course, the point that you have made about how do we measure the impact or effect of some of the things the central bank is doing, including, for instance, central bank committing itself to a particular inflation band. All right. Okay. Thank you. So we have looked at what he says he has achieved. We have looked at what we think he did not achieve. And thank you. I believe, for instance, that he has been very quiet about refinancing the vulnerable areas of society. The predecessor was perhaps too bullish in launching a myriad of intervention funds, but I don't think it is right to throw away the baby and the bathwater, which is what I think Cardoso has done. You still need to attend to that sector. What are central banks for if they are not to promote everything that can bring growth in an economy? But let's go on to the second part. What did Cardoso promise for 2026, directly and indirectly? What should we, if you like, reading the tea leaves, what should we expect to see in 2026? Who's going first?
Okay, so let me go first.
Please.
So he said a couple of things, and the first thing I like to say that he didn't really say anything new, and he focused again on the basics, fundamentals of what any central bank
should be doing
anywhere.
It's almost like telling the baby should be eating. I mean,
yes,
we knew this.
So, but also it also shows that he's still hinging on orthodoxy, which is also very good for predictability.
So it's a promise not to depart from orthodoxy.
Yes, and also all his promises for 2026 leverage heavily on 2024 and 2025. So you see continuity, which we think is good for macro.
So he's promising continuity for next year.
Yes. So of course, he now went on to say things specifically like deepening price stability, which speaks to managing inflation, and also things like they will use more advanced analytics. So,
because isn't there the controversy anyway about how do you reduce inflation, or how have we reduced inflation? Have we reduced inflation by striking at liquidity, or have we reduced inflation simply because the exchange rate has been stable? Well, I'm sure that the jury is still out.
So obviously, by mentioning that it will use more advanced analytics, it shows that they are going to leverage more on data. Internal and external, which means all the data gathering functions of CBN will
be improved on,
up and running, and also sister agencies like the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics and every other agent of government that provides input one way or the other.
Let me ask you, in doing that, shouldn't it be a part of what the central bank does to better fund the NBS, for instance, that is not very well funded? Either to do some of the services doing now better, or to even expand to include other surveys like household surveys that are not regularly done. What do you think, Dr. Diashe? Shouldn't the CBN be doing that instead of
or advocate for it?
I mean, no,
they do their own survey already.
They do their own survey.
Yes, but then they want to validate their own survey by getting data from other sources as well.
And NBS is the main data center for Nigeria.
Yeah.
I think everyone should invest in NBS. More so the central bank, given that it has the capacity. What does it fund now? I mean, when we did the privatization, Sanusi, as central bank governor, funded BPE with $60 million. He did not choose to do the privatization as Emefiele would have done. It says, well, you are the guy, you take this and do this. So that's someone who understands what is good for the economy and knows that the central bank has a business and a duty to enable those things to be happening. So it's not enough for Cardoso to just wish that NBS be better. I think they must put their money where their mouth is, in my view.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yes, of course. But the thing is, sometimes when things like this happen, you then start to hear controversy around, perhaps it's because the central bank is funding the NBS and that's why the data is in. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's best to just, stay out of that so that it's not seen like you have any influence in the data that they release. Because before now, you've had cases of people saying that central bank's data on inflation has to be questioned. That, the price level that we see in the country is far higher than what the central bank is reporting.
But let's actually talk about that. I mean, why has that become a controversy? Because, and I want to ask all of us, inflation measures essentially price increase. When you say inflation has gone up, you're saying that between this time and this time, price has risen
by this amount.
I sense in the last 3-4 months that prices have almost been frozen, if not going down.
Going down?
At my level, nearing just past 69, there are medications that I buy and use regularly. And I typically buy them every month. Before the last 4 months, every time I went to the pharmacy, the price was higher.
Yeah.
But in the last 4 months, I have seen prices not only stable, in some cases, the prices have come down.
Yeah.
So what's the controversy about
So, sometimes
inflation?
it's a matter of education as well. People don't understand how inflation works. They expect that if you don't see a significant decline in the price of whatever they're buying, then you can't say that you are seeing disinflation. But the truth is, like you rightly said, what inflation measures is the pace of growth.
Precisely.
So there's still some
pace of growth of prices.
Exactly. Not that. So it's only when you have a decline, then you know that is disinflation. But you still have inflation. But what happens is that
in addition to the medicines that I talked about, petrol price has been essentially the same for the last.
So let me speak for the people here, even though we speak for the people all the time. So
an economy speaking for the people?
Yes, so that we understand the context.
I thought you guys speak for the elite.
So that we are not just technical. When for example, sir, you are mentioning last month, the month before. The masses will tell you before this administration came on board. So they will take their own base.
But that's not a good
but that's not.
No, I'm talking about the masses.
No. He's trying to make sense.
6,000 naira 2 years ago is now 24,000.
No, I get you.
And dropped from 28.
You should caveat it. This is what the masses say.
Yes.
But this is the correct thing. So go ahead, complete it.
All right. So it's just for us to have an understanding that, like you mentioned, that is typically month on month when we are capturing and measuring inflation, so that you don't use the wrong base. All right. But of course, we hope that things will continue to experience more disinflation to a reasonable and stable level, which is what the CBN governor is saying, that is going to deepen price stability in 2026.
I don't think the economy is anywhere in the world where people expect that a 3-bedroom flat that went for 2 million 5 years ago, that is now 20 million, should go back to 2 million. Is that the kind of inflation management that they expect?
That's not it. Look, take basic things like food items. Take things like medications. So there are ways around these things. Nobody's looking at rent or vehicles or automobiles. But at least stability is the word, not necessarily the
this time last year, a bag of rice was 100,000. It's between 60 and 70,000 today. Yeah. That is not a basic thing.
So the signs are there.
The signs are very important too.
Yeah. So what do you say about that?
The signs are there. But the thing is, maybe one thing is it's not happening fast enough. So we had an exclusive interview with the country director for the World Bank, Dr. Matthew Verghese, on Friday. And we got talking about why, we've seen the reforms yield to gains and all of that, but why poverty is still deepening.
Yeah.
And he made the point that it's essential that...
I'm going to hold you there, Lola. We have a warning that we have to go on break. Okay. But it would be a good point because I saw a story today about resetting trade policies so that poverty can be dealt with. Yeah. I'd like for you to speak more on that when we come back. Well, viewers, I hope you are enjoying our 7 today. We have to take a short break now, but I promise you we will be back shortly. Don't go away.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome. This is still Business Week, a program of Business Day television brought to you every day, every Monday at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed, as I did, the first half of our offering today. I was so thrilled, almost forgot that it was time to go on break. So we needed to quickly close down temporarily. But we're back now. And I'd like to get back to where we were. Lorade, you were going to talk about the conversation with the World Bank country director. And we were, as you recall, talking about what's happening in the economy, measuring impact, measuring inflation, and why poverty lingers on. So after you've spoken, we'll then expect Dr. Adeosun to help us look at some more areas we should expect from the central bank next year.
So the World Bank believes that for us to significantly reduce the poverty levels in Nigeria, then a lot more needs to be done in terms of quickening the pace of deceleration for food inflation. Because the truth is, more than 50% of Nigerians spend the bulk of their earnings on food anyway.
So if you can deal with food, you deal with inflation.
You can cut poverty by a large extent, and that's really important. So I think what came to the fore was the fact that we need to reset some of our trade policies to ensure that we just essentially dismantle trade barriers that are contributing to making some food prices high.
How do you do do this?
I mean, you shouldn't have trade protectionist policies, for instance. If you have tariffs, for instance, trade tariffs on certain food items, it should be taken off. Because the truth is that would contribute to lowering the price of food. But I think it balanced that by also saying that while it's important to build sufficient capacity in local production, for some of these food items, we don't produce enough to meet supply. So it's quite unreasonable to say that you will put tariffs on some of those things. So while we work on one hand, which is more long-term now, work on building local capacity to be able to attain self-sufficiency in some of those food items, we need to dismantle whatever trade barriers or import tariffs that we have in place for those foods, so that they can come in and then help moderate the price levels. So that's on the short term, and then long term would be to just build capacity to grow local production.
Fantastic. I have always believed, for instance, that when it comes to tariffs, that governments around the world are just completely reckless. I mean, look at what Trump is doing in America. Tariff has now become a diplomatic tool, a political tool. When you don't like a country, you take the tariff high. And it's the same thing we do in Nigeria. We have a very high tariff for cars. We then have a levy. And okay, so what is that? So you are saying to your people that they should not buy cars, simply. So a tariff should not just be a way to punish the people. It shouldn't just be a way to expand income. It is to accelerate development.
Precisely.
It is to energize, whether it's manufacturing, energize food production, energize, different sectors of the economy. Precisely. But anyway, that would be a conversation for another day. Dr. Adeosun, what more is it that, reading the tea leaves, we should expect from Cardoso in 2026?
Thank you so much. He also said that in 2026, that the Central Bank of Nigeria will focus on strengthening the banking system. Of course, they remember that by March 31st, the recapitalization process should have rounded up. Of course, he also alluded to the fact that they want the banking system to be able to withstand any shocks or anything like that, or form of turbulence. So they are looking at building further resilience in the banking sector. He also said the central bank will be focusing on modernizing the payment ecosystem, and in addition, they will be strengthening the governance of the fintech. And I think that is something that's the way to go. because nobody has monopoly of knowledge or technology.
Interesting. Thank you. And
just
to
what he said,
yes.
I think he also said that we can start to expect some rate cuts next year if the disinflationary trend that we're seeing now continues.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, I know that's much awaited. A lot of businesses, have been waiting to hear that because the truth is, at the current level that we have interest rates, it's quite difficult for growth, because, what kind of profit margin would you require as a business to be able to take a loan and for 30% or no, north of 30%? It's quite expensive. So I think that's going to bring much relief to businesses. But the truth is, if you go back, typically in a year before election, you tend to have a lot of spending, a lot of liquidity in the system. I think the central bank is also looking at that to see how that impacts inflation, because that caveat is very important. He said that if the disinflationary trend persists next year, then we can start to see rate cuts, which means that if it's sticky or it's not moving, it's just, I hope it doesn't rise, but I think it's something to bear in mind that pre-election year spending could stoke inflation, and the central bank is just trying to ensure that it is proactive and not reactive.
Fantastic. I think one of the things that we need to get to is, as we promised, so how should banks be deploying their capital?
Good question. I think it's quite simple. If you look at the sectors that contribute the most to if we really want economic growth, I think the starting point is to just identify those sectors that contribute the most to the economy. You look at agriculture, you look at manufacturing, you look at trade, you look at real estate, you look at ICT. These should be priority sectors in terms of capital deployment by the banks. But the truth is, they're not, maybe it's a private entity, right? They're not really, maybe they're not, but they should be interested in economic growth because, if the economy succeeds, then they succeed as well. But I think what has been a priority for them really is the sectors that are able to quickly repay those loans without any issues. I think that's what has been the priority for them. I think that's also why under the previous CBN administration, you had that priority to agriculture and manufacturing. The banks were essentially forced to lend to those priority sectors. Yeah, but I think really that's the basis, the starting point.
And you can possibly add the creatives sector.
Precisely. So services, services,
employment
creatives, and precisely. So those sectors are the labor-intensive sectors that tend to create jobs. And right now, I think we should move beyond just wishing to create sufficient jobs for our people, but talking about productive jobs. High-paying jobs, not very low-wage jobs that still pays next to nothing. And precisely. So that should be a priority for the banks. And, I think the time is ripe now, especially given the recapitalization exercise, which will leave them with even more cash. I think they just need to deepen their risk management to ensure that even as they open the taps to lend into these key sectors, they are able to ensure that they are pricing the risk appropriately. I think that's what it's on them, really, and no one's going to do that for them because we hear them complain a lot about the risk in lending to these sectors, and most of them are not structured. But truth is, there are some structured businesses in those sectors that still don't get enough bank credit.
Two quick things. Firstly, Dr. Adeosun spoke about the CBN governor saying, "Watch this space, hold me accountable. I will be here next year, and I promise you I will do what I've said I will do." You have said inflation, the fight against inflation, adjustment in rates will depend on whether inflation is sticky or not. But there was also a key promise made by Cardoso that definitely no deficit financing.
Yes, good.
Which is quite significant because of how it allows itself to become an inflationary a source of inflation in the system.
Yeah.
But all around, is there anything more that Cardoso should be doing beyond what he says he will do? He's not accountable to himself. The central bank is accountable to Nigerians. What should Nigerians be expecting that Cardoso should be doing that he did not speak about at the weekend?
So I will just add one more thing
to
what Lolade had mentioned.
Yes.
Which is on supporting SMEs. businesses in general.
How does the CBN support SMEs?
Yes, that's exactly where I'm going to.
Please.
Because it's not just the call to support, but how do we de-risk further and make it a little more interesting for banks to be able to. And one of the key things is the fact that we need to look at alternatives to collateral. Of course, I'm using that
which can expand access to capital.
Access to capital. So, for example, can we look at inventory, for example, as a capital, not just land, not just housing? Can you look at the funnel pipeline as capital?
And banks doing this already? Maybe not enough of it.
I think not enough. Yeah, not enough. Because it's not everybody, especially the youths, that will have a landed property, a building, and some of this creative, innovative space. We should be able to look at the intellectual title and find a way
and to monetize.
With the demolition spree now, I hear that even the lands are being rejected these days.
Yeah,
because no one is sure.
Yeah,
even where you have a C of O, a governor can come and cancel the C of O.
The risk.
That's another recklessness at the state level that we have to talk about.
And I think this just goes to expose the fact that we shouldn't solely expect these changes to be done from the monetary
CBN side alone.
There's also the fiscal side as well.
And I also want to add that the encouragement for alternative banking, for example, Islamic banking and the likes, I think we should push it more. Because these models take, all these Jay's Bank, all these new other banks.
Touch Bank,
They
Lotus.
do more like a profit revenue sharing system, which is not based on collateral. So I think all of these emerging banking options, the CBN
needs to be pushed.
Push it more.
I agree.
More people will access funding from different sources.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree. You help them to be properly capitalized, and then get them to be more impactful.
Exactly. Especially given that they are not just for Muslims.
Yes.
People think there's that mixed conception that they only meant to Muslims. Exactly.
Yes.
So we're talking about non-interest banking.
Exactly.
Instead of talking about Islamic banking.
Precisely.
That's a very huge demarcation. I think. The media has a duty to push that, and even the central bank as well. Maybe a public enlightenment program supported by the central bank can, just like they supported cashless through public enlightenment. I think the central bank should do the same for non-interest banking, non-interest banking as well. Anyway, we will pivot and move on and talk now about 2026 and the ominous signs. The taxman is coming. How do Nigerians keep their pockets secure from the taxman in 2026? Firstly, we are now seeing a lengthy list of penalties. So without any question, for those Nigerians who are sleeping, I think it's a good thing to let them know that the taxman is not sleeping, so they had better wake up before January 1st. So what should we be worried about, Lolade?
So the truth is, there are a lot of provisions in the new tax laws that people have still not familiarized themselves with. And I think it was in reaction to this that BusinessDay launched a tax product called Tax 360, which is just essentially to provide clarity for people and then just break out all of the, the tiny details in those reforms that people have not, had the time to look at, and just explain how that would impact them and their businesses next year. Because as you rightly said, the taxman is indeed coming, and it will stop at nothing. There are a couple of penalties. One that sticks out, for instance, is the one that suggests that if a business does any sort of transaction with a firm that doesn't have a tax identification
makes
number,
a payment.
Exactly, that you will get a fine of 5 million naira. So, I mean, it's quite a number of things. For me, I think I should probably just take this opportunity to say that
another thing I get from this is, if you run a business and you do not have a tax identity, you are you are effectively taking yourself out of business.
Precisely. That's what it means. Yeah. Because no one would touch you with a 10-foot pole. That's what it means, because there's the fear of that penalty that you would attract if you do business with someone who doesn't have tax identity. And that's why I said that I should really take this opportunity to tell our listeners or viewers that, they should find a way to, get accustomed to some of the to that product I talked about, the Business Day Tax 360, which just essentially outlines.
Can you talk more a bit about that for the purpose of benefit of our viewers?
Yes. So first we have a colon in the print edition and on the website. It's every Monday in the print edition. Tax 360 is the name. Like I said earlier, we're essentially just being the spotlight on those new areas in the reforms that would really make transformational changes in 2026 that a lot of people might not know about yet. So it's essentially just helping people prepare for 2026. And we've got a podcast as well, Tax 360 podcast, where we just interview tax experts and professionals.
What day does Tax 360
colon
come out?
Yeah, on Mondays. So
Mondays.
Today, yeah, it's in the paper today. But of course, the website, it runs every day. We have daily feedback, daily reports.
And you are updating it as well?
Daily. So we've also got, because we know that a lot of people are not accustomed to how tax systems work. So we thought that why don't we also create a product called the Tax 360 Explainer, where we just demystify tax concepts, explain what it means, just to make sure that people are on the same page. Because we can't lose sight of the fact that Nigeria hasn't necessarily been a tax-paying country, right? Absolutely. And its citizens, yeah. So we're making that transition now from a country that has been, deeply dependent on oil exports, for instance, just natural resource exports, to one that perhaps can run itself on tax income or tax revenue. So it's important that we also put out those explainer videos so people know exactly what to expect and how tax works as well. And then, of course, we have a newsletter that goes out every Friday that just curates all of the topical issues that we've reported on in the course of the week, and just essentially provides that intel for people. So it's a full product suite that just helps people understand the tax reforms better so that they're better prepared.
Fantastic. Yeah. Fantastic. So if you don't know, 2026 will be the year of the taxman. So get ready. And one companion for easy life in 2026 is BusinessDay's Tax 360. The editor Lolade has just outlined some of the benefits for paid subscribers. The website is updated every day. There are different content that go out on Mondays, whether it's the newsletter, whether it's the podcast, or even the tax explainer, because we're going to find that there are many things that you need to have explained better to you. So congratulations, editor, and congratulations to BusinessDay. Let's close today's program by looking at something that is very, very worrisome. And that, for me, is about how you can use a better deployment of personnel to change outcomes. That is, when you appoint ministers, like you appoint the Minister of Defense, who's completely clueless about defense, and you expect such a minister to perform in a time of insurgency, I think any person with that kind of expectation needs to re-examine himself. But I want to use the recent list of ambassadorial postings as a signpost. The appointment of ambassadors, in your view, looking at that list, is it just a way of job for the boys and the girls? A way of compensating political acolytes and those that you need to be on your side for elections? Is that what ambassadorial position? Firstly, it took us 2 years, and some people say if it was not the threat by Trump, we would probably not even be seeing a list at this point. Yeah. But we have a list that has taken us 2 years to put together, and it's dominated by people who should not be on that list.
Precisely. Don't take my word for it. Let me just lay out some of the feedback we got from people we interviewed, in the course of producing a story on along these lines about how politics trumped competence in the ambassadorial list. So, from the feedback we got from diplomats, ex-ambassadors, professors of international law and diplomacy, they looked at the list and they were not impressed. I mean, there are certain names there that just stand out as
it's just a joke.
Precisely.
Three wives of ex-governors.
Yeah, it's a pity. I don't want to call
them. Who should be going to care for their grandchildren?
Yeah, I think it's more of a way of compensating people who supported during the elections and then compensating people who would play a key role for the 2027 elections as well. I think it's more of that than any other thing. Not very little about competence, really, if you ask me. And for me, I think, we don't know where they'll be deployed yet. We've only gotten clarity around who's going to the US, UK, and France. But it's also important to watch out for where, who would be going to some of our biggest trade partners like China, India, and the likes. But the list is uninspiring from the feedback that we got from the people we spoke with. But I'm sure Doc has one.
Dr. Adash, you are a human capital expert. And I introduced this by saying that organizations use personnel deployment to change outcome. What is your view about the ambassadorial list and the controversy that it is generating?
All right, thank you. So I'm going to take a slightly different opinion.
No, but please speak. Please first speak to the point I made about using personnel deployment to change outcome.
So the first thing
is that something to expect?
I'm responding to your question now.
Please.
The first things first here is who is determining the outcome? Who is the shareholder or the stakeholder?
Who determines outcome in an organization is the chief executive.
Exactly.
So we know the answer to your question.
So it is what is the interest of the chief executive? I want to align completely.
Well, are you suggesting
these people that have been appointed are going to drive the interest of the person who appointed them?
Not necessarily the interest.
Not the national interest.
Exactly.
And that's why they've been carefully selected because they have the competence required to
drive the president's interest.
That's frightening. We might even just close the conversation now. So, but these ambassadors,
it's quite selfish.
They are called Nigerian ambassadors.
Exactly.
Not the president's ambassadors.
Yes.
Is there not a reason why they call them Nigerian ambassadors?
And that's why we must, at all levels, choose carefully, because your choice ends after you have made the selection. You are now a victim of that person's subsequent selections. This is what you get anytime we.
But is this right? Is that should this ambassador?
And let me ask the question: is it true that quality of personnel correlates with outcome?
Absolutely. But that's why I said the outcome, the person who selected them was.
So the problem really is that we're not sure what the outcome.
Exactly. We're not sure what the targets have been set for.
Interesting. Oh my goodness. Anyway, we can go on and on and on and on about this, but I think people see the ambassadorial nomination list as a circus. And what do circus do? They just make you laugh until you almost lose your teeth. But they say Nigerians are some of the happiest people. So it appears as if the government believes it has a duty to make us laugh as well. But I think this is a very expensive laugh. Let us close the conversation today by looking at a statement issued by Dangote Refinery, saying and committing to supplying 50 million liters of PMS daily, and asking the regulator to come and take a seat at the refinery so that it can be able to properly monitor this and ensure that the volume of supply from the refinery is what the owners of the refinery say. I recall that last week, the regulator issued a statement saying that supplies from Dangote revolved around 19 million liters a day for PMS. And it appeared to me that that was just a way of justifying continued importation of PMS. Editor, what do you think?
Yeah, like you rightly said, I think it was just a way of justifying the import of PMS, really, because if Dangote has the capacity to, completely satisfy the market, then what is the point of still importing? Even though some people make the point that, just for energy security, it's not good enough to just depend on one source for your petrol or fuel needs. So that's on one side. But I think for me, what Dangote has then said today is just a sign. The biggest takeaway is for the average Nigerian is that we shouldn't expect any scarcity the kind of scarcity that we've become used to during the festive season. We shouldn't expect it this year.
And that's very good.
And that's very good. I think that's just the basics of it. It doesn't matter what infighting is happening between the regulator
and the importers and the local manufacturers.
Precisely. But what this just means is that Nigeria would have enough supply for this period.
But how has the regulator been producing its data about daily supply when it didn't have anyone at Dangote refinery?
It's questionable, really, because you'd expect that they should get that data from the stores.
They will have a vigil and just or a trance, and then they get the figures.
Most likely, Dangote have been sending data to them.
So then, so why is there a contradiction?
So that
you can see things for yourself.
Yeah, you can verify on the spot.
Well, as you say, one positive thing here is we should expect that the usual Yuletide scarcity of petrol will not happen this time around. Again, some people say Nigeria is not changing, is not getting better. That's, in my view, a major sign that Nigeria is making progress. Probably not making as quick a progress as we would love, but not many things remain the same in Nigeria. On this note, gentlemen, we have to bring today's program to an end. So thank you, Lolade, and of course, Dr. Adeosun. Thank you so much. Viewers, we will, of course, be back on Monday next week, but I hope you have enjoyed our program this morning. Goodbye.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am
airtime, data, and pay bills
My
in
name
seconds.
is Elizabeth Musa.
No stress.
And this is the
No
social
delays.
listening segment on the
Just
BDTV
seamless
Breakfast Show.
transactions.
We're talking about the Fly
Monica,
Nigeria app.
the
Can you give
smarter
us
way
a
to move your
background
money.
into what this is about? And it's
We are
Download
here
now.
today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
And we look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress, there's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a
To
motor
allow
insurance
all
that
banks
pays.
and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
With financing that helps you expand knowledge across 20 African markets. Trade solutions that
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
There's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many?
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullish.
insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you?
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Big Story segment right here on Business Day Television, The Breakfast Show, and my name is Deborah Eze. Today, we examine a troubling trend reshaping the political landscape of Africa, the resurgence of military takeovers, and what this means for the future of democracy on the continent. Between 2020 and 2025, Africa has witnessed a significant number of successful military coups, each raising fresh concerns about governance, stability, and the resilience of democratic institutions. Beginning with Sudan in 2021, followed by Mali also in 2021, the wave continued in Burkina Faso in 2022 and then Niger in 2023. Gabon joined the list in 2023, marking another abrupt end to civilian rule. This year, 2025, saw the military seize power in Madagascar. The latest takeover occurred in Guinea-Bissau, allegedly adding yet another African nation to the growing tally of countries where the armed forces have stepped in to remove elected government. In total, this development highlights a concerning pattern of democratic backsliding across the continent. Meanwhile, even in countries where democratic structures remain intact, failed or alleged coup attempts have been also recorded. Here in Nigeria, for instance, there was reports in September first published by Sahara reporters alleging a plan to overthrow the government, though authorities have not confirmed any active threat. These repeated disruptions raise major questions. Why are coups resurfacing? What does this mean for political stability, economic development, and the continent's democratic future? And crucially, are African democracies truly under threat, or is the current wave of reaction too deep or deeper governance failures? Now, joining us to throw more light to this conversation is Dr. Chido Nwakama, is a media expert and communication strategist. Good morning, Dr. Chido. It's good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you, Deborah. Pleasure to be here.
All right, let's go straight into it. So what you see as the main drivers behind the resurgence of military coup, especially across Africa, and this is since 2020?
I think it's important to stress that it's not just across Africa, but significantly, it is almost localized in West Africa. And you begin to wonder, why is that so? There are quite a number of factors that are responsible for the backsliding in West Africa. Number one is the fact that our democracies didn't really take root. They're not strong. Two, those West Africans elected to run their affairs chose not to run it in the best interest of society. They were running semi-authoritarian regimes they were deceiving the people. They were taking the resources that were meant for the generality of people to themselves and their families. So, as they did that across West Africa, there was a breakdown in trust. The trust that's integral to the relationship between the governed and the government kept breaking down. Then you have the factor of unmet needs, societal needs. Apparently, over the years in West Africa, governments just did what they like, took the people for a ride, and all that. Unfortunately for them, the economies can no longer support that level of waste. So the consequence is that citizens are under increasing pressure. And as they are pressured, some go and pressure the military. Don't forget that the military are also part of that society. They are there. And they are wondering. And then over the years, the military has had this messianic complex. Mm-hmm. They feel that, yes, the man on horseback can solve the problem. We will go there and solve the problem. So that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. They are taking over and taking over and taking over in about 8 countries now in West Africa.
Yeah. So many of this could have happened in economics that are struggling. Now, to what extent do you think economic hardship is fueling public support for military intervention?
It's major. It's a major reason for the support. The other, of course, as I've mentioned, is that the governments are losing legitimacy. And they are losing it because increasingly they are spendthrift, they are wasteful, they don't care about the people. So when those stories come out, people are wondering, okay, so is this the cost of democracy? Why do we have to pay such a huge price? We're not getting the services that we need. These people are not mindful of our needs. They don't care about us. So once that trust has been broken, people are like, we don't care what happens. There's nobody to defend against any intruder. So the notion, therefore, of the military coup as an aberration has changed in those countries, in West Africa. Even here in Nigeria, there was news about a coup, and many citizens looked forward to it. That's a sad thing to admit, but many citizens were like, hey, if they want to come, may they come now. Mm. That's bad. That should give pause to anybody in authority to say,
Okay, let's look at examples of the African countries who have actually, had coups. Either it was successful or not. We have Sudan, Mali, we have Burkina Faso, Niger, Gabon, and just recently Guinea-Bissau. There's still a lot of controversy around that one. So do you think the governance is actually linked to the failure of the governance is linked to the cases of this African
Definitely.
countries? Okay.
Definitely. Of course, there's another factor. In West Africa is under severe pressure from the Sahel. You remember the Libyan matter?
Yeah.
And how a lot of people have been forced to come down this way. Some blame it on the environmental factors. Some say it was because with the fall of Gaddafi, there was nothing holding back that force at that end. So, and then, of course, a lot of people got hold of arms, and many of them are heading this way into West Africa. So that is, and of course there is the factor of the subcontinental body, ECOWAS. It's merely a talk shop. It has no force to do. They have issued statements. They have claimed to clamp down on Guinea-Bissau's new government. What's that? What does it amount to? Nothing. Yeah, it's statements that have no force, no consequence. The guys can ignore ECOWAS, as most of them have done. Indeed, the other one, the three nations, not only ignored ECOWAS, but set up their own.
Okay, so are we not going to link this to civilian government weakness? Because you mentioned earlier that the military see themselves as the solution to, you know, the problems that the civilian rule is actually like encountering. Don't you see it as a weakness? And do you really think it's a bad thing that the military think they can actually do a better job?
It is a bad thing.
Okay.
The global consensus, not just African consensus, the global consensus is that democracy is the best form of government. We in Africa have bought into it. We agree that we should have. But what then happens? We elect people who, once they get into office, forget where they are coming from, forget the purpose, the mission and vision of government. They think it's about them. So a lot of them, coming from poor backgrounds or rich backgrounds, begin to go on a binge. In our own case, Mr. President went on purchase of unnecessary luxuries, a yacht, big cars for himself, for his wife, and then dashed members of the National. They just prioritized their own luxuries, not welfare, not essential needs. They treat the office as their time to indulge in excesses, to have a holiday at the expense of citizens. And citizens are seeing this. So yes, the civilian governments that we have are undermining democracy every week, every day, through their actions and utterances. They behave as if citizens who elected them do not matter. So if you undermine democracy by your own activities, when there is a pushback, the citizen cannot come and say, no, don't do this. So we have a situation where we cannot say, nah, our government. That's our government. Citizens are very reluctant to claim any of the governments across West Africa.
Yeah. Okay, so ECOWAS and the African Union, they've come out to repeatedly condemn this coup. So why do you think these sanctions and warnings are not, it's not getting to these countries? It's not showing any effective deterrent.
They're just statements. There's no force backing them. So what does ECOWAS say? Okay, you've removed them from membership and all that. In the case of Nigeria and the other three, Mali and all that, we even tried to sanction. ECOWAS issued some sanctions, but those sanctions depended on Nigeria. Those sanctions could not come into effect because of the structure of our economies, the linkages. How do you implement it when to get your own supplies, you have to pass through those. So those guys just shut their own doors. Niger and all that. And suddenly, we became the hunted. Those who were the ones who were supposedly hunting became the hunted. And once they realized that they had that hold, they went on and formed their own.
All right. Let's bring it back to Nigeria now. In my intro, I mentioned that sometime in September, the reports of an alleged coup surfaced around September. So what do you think this says about stability of democracy in this region?
It confirms that it's essentially very weak. It confirms that those in government in Nigeria and across West Africa are not paying attention. They are not listening to the citizens. They don't pay heed to what citizens are saying. Indeed, look at the security situation in Nigeria. You came in, you said, security will be a major focus area. And then 2 years later, nothing has happened. 2 years later, you are not funding security, even though there is a huge budget supposedly for that. The soldiers are complaining. They are going to the war front to engage Boko Haram, ISWAP, and all of that. And they report that they have inferior arms compared to those people that they are going to fight. So the guys see that you've just put them out there to waste their lives. Look at the general that they killed. ISWAP wasted him. Of course, there's a suspicion that it was a compromise. His own communication line with his troops was compromised and threw him. But be that as it may, what has since happened? Not even a statement from the federal government. Nothing to show concern that you lost a general of the Nigerian army. Hello? If I were in the army and I see that happening, I will lose hope. He says to me, boy, if a general can be so wasted and the government is not doing anything about it, not saying anything about it, why am I here? What am I doing? So our governments are undermining democracy by their own actions.
So I'm going to take you back to you saying that democracy is the way when it comes to ruling and not the military way. But with all of this crisis that is happening around democracy, do you still think, take that stance on the fact that democracy should be cut across Africa and not the military? Because you've mentioned so many bottlenecks that has to do with the civilian rule. So do you still stand on that fact that military should not have any place when it comes to ruling?
What has happened is that we have experienced both.
Yeah.
We have experienced the military, we've experienced civilian rule, democracy. And our experience is that if we practice democracy properly, the representative nature ensures that what we call the dividends of democracy spread. But that's if we practice it properly, as it should be done. Indeed, if we give it 50%, you will see how it happens. And every state that government has tried to activate representation as it should be, citizens of those states are happy with democracy. However, the scorecard is that the majority of states do not care. They don't care. I was recently in Gombe. We had an activity. I tried to reach the governor. We then discovered, as they told us, the man spends half the time in Abuja. He's a visitor to his state capital. If you don't get him in those 1 or 2 days when he is present, your best bet is to head to Abuja. So you find that the elite, the middle class in that state are always chasing after the governor to Abuja. That's where they manage to meet with him. That's why they hold discussions and all that. And you then wonder, if this gentleman has projects in his state, when does he examine them? When does he inspect them? When does he take charge? And how do his citizens who cannot fly to Abuja, do they meet? When will they meet with him? So whenever he is around, it's almost like a carnival. Governor is in town now. Governor is in town. And it's across. It's all over the country. The governors are not at home. They are not in situ. They are not on seat, as we say. So why are you not on seat? I thought this is what you said you wanted to do. And some of you broke people's heads. Some of you did all manner of things to get this power. Now that you have it, now that you've found power, what are you doing with it?
I like how you've highlighted the problems and also giving solution at the same time. So finally, before I let you go, Dr. Chido, we see that Africa is actually heading towards an era of prolonged military rule. So do you think this is temporary? Do you think it's just a wave that will pass? Or do you think it's something that Africa is going deep into and it might be too late for us to come back from it?
It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion about what will happen. I say so because here, in our own case, we had about 30 years of military rule. We got tired. There were many agitations. And the external factors also helped us. The Soviet Union was collapsing. Military rule was proving antithetical everywhere. So we lapped into it. Now you have a unipolar world. The US is the sole power. But watch out. China has focused on business, on economics. That does not mean they are not interested in having satellites like other powerful countries did. Even the US has tried not to have satellites like the model of the UK. Britannia ruled the world. Britannia took over and had satellites. America has tried to avoid that. However, this unipolar thing, it's doubtful how long it will last and what the consequences will be for African countries and all that, who will take that. For instance, we do not know what the American interest is beyond exploiting raw materials from Africa. Are they really interested in democracy in Africa? The jury is out. There is no clear-cut evidence that their interest is in seeing us run democracies. It's not clear. And the Chinese just want to extract resources. How you govern yourself, that's your business.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chido. It's really good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you.
All right, we're on to Dr. Chido Nwakama. He's media expert and communication strategist. The Breakfast Show continues with the social listening segment after this break. Do stay with us.
Yeah.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insight, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. 2 of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And you're welcome back. This is the social listening segment on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze, and right here with me is Onyeka Valentine. Is a social listening segment. This is my best segment. Right. Together. I like when we do it together because the angle that you come from. We never agree.
Well, that's what
we never agree. So, so yeah, let's go into the stories that we have for today. The Ojibara of Bayagan in Kwara State, Oba Kamilu Salami, has been abducted by suspected bandits from his farm. It was taken on Saturday, and the kidnappers have now demanded a ransom of 150 million naira. The monarch was allowed to briefly speak with his community, urging them to negotiate and confirming that he saw other hostages in the camp. Security agencies are searching the surrounding forest, but tension in the community remained high as fears grew over a rising wave of abductions targeting farmers and rural residents across Kwara State. Let's take a look at what netizens are saying concerning this story. And the first one from Sadon, and he said, "This is what will keep on happening when you choose to negotiate with criminals." Another one from Easy Bello, and he said, "The Nigerian security went there and did nothing about the kidnappers. They only collected the escaped victims. Now the traditional ruler has been taken away. Nigerian security, I think you should just telephone the kidnappers to release the traditional ruler. Who is deceiving who?" Another one from Truly Niger, and he said the president, governor, chairman of that local government has failed in their oath. They have destroyed opposition parties so that no one would criticize the failure of the government. The government in Kwara State has failed woefully. Another one from Adunola, and she said, "Another day, another painful reminder of how unsafe our communities have become. When a traditional ruler can be abducted in broad daylight, what hope do ordinary citizens have? How long will this insecurity be allowed to deepen before decisive action is taken?" This is it's really sad that every time that we come to talk about political issues, economical issues, and even social issues, we are actually faced with kidnappers, insecurity in the whole sector. Like I said, the audacity of these people, it keeps getting bigger, because now it's to, if I can kidnap your monarch, the ruler in your kingdom, it simply means nobody there is untouchable. And I think that is the message you're trying to pass across. We kidnap the ordinary citizens, you think we are joking, right? Wait till we actually get to the ruler. And it's, like I said, the church is a place that is untouchable. Rulers, that's the chiefs, even as down to the chiefs, they're untouchable, not to talk of the monarch of a community, you having to, and the ridiculous amount of 150 million naira. I have 150 million, he has 150 million naira, and he's the monarch in a small village in Kwara State. Man, this is really sad. What do you think about it?
Again, first and foremost, we hope, I don't want to use the word pray, we hope that nothing happens to him, that he comes out of this, strong and alive.
Yeah.
Because when we look at the trends of what has been going on, people who they kidnap, some of them don't come out complete. Even if you come out complete, the trauma that will follow the person will be, just to be a house haunting thing forever. Having said so, when we had the opportunity to nip this thing in the bud, we were rather playing, what children would call tete. Those who understand this thing growing up in the 80s and the 70s. It is something that is so worrisome. Because when you think about, like you rightly said, when you think about it, right, if they can go for monarchs and succeed, they are sending a very strong message to ordinary people that, look, you guys don't even stand a chance. And so, which brings me to my next, line of conversation, which I've been hammering on since. If anybody pays that money, 100 and something million naira, to be a slap on our face. And if the money is going to come from government coffers, it will be a bigger slap. Because it simply means one thing. We are waiting for calamity to happen, so we'll not be this is supposed to be responsive, or will not respond to it, whatever grammar one you use to qualify this. How come we cannot carve out a budget in that same state and say, look, we want to make sure we rig different electricity poles with cameras, like I said before. Also, how much are trackers? How much of tracker? How much of the tracking device? How much does it cost? Can we say that, look, we know they kidnap the person, they will take the phone from the person. But can we also move to a point where even if the phone is turned off, our network providers can still locate know where your position is? Because if they take the phone from the person, they're not going to probably take the phone away from that location where the person's been held. So again, I think our telecommunication ministry and tech ministry, they need to do better can they simply sit these telecoms one-on-one and say, look, guys, we know you are the network providers. Can you give us real-time data even when the phone is off? Is this possible? If they say no, then can we begin to say those who sell, of course, it's a serious matter we're dealing with now. This banditry issue. It's not going to go away anytime soon. So we're thinking, can we begin to say, look, Nigerians, when you buy a phone, make sure that the phone is a phone. Again, not everybody has that kind of money. I'm just suggesting. Because it will come to a point where everyone will find it difficult to even leave their houses to go do business. And what this means is that the economy will be affected seriously. Imagine, like they say, we hope it never happens, but imagine if it is in Lagos State, where is the commercial hub for Nigeria.
So we hope.
You know,
the look of things.
We hope it never happens, but imagine if we have to look over our shoulders every time we leave the house. You go to work, you look over your shoulders because you don't know where the next kidnapper or the next bandit will come out from.
Target you.
Which means that we'll be forced to be far more tech savvy. Those in the villages now, like we're just reporting now that the ruler got kidnapped. They asked him for 120 million naira. I'm saying, truth be told, can we learn very quickly from all these things? It would be unfortunate if money is paid and we come back and sit back waiting for the next issue. Come on, can we learn very quickly?
Right. Anyways, let's move on to the next story that we have, and it's the president. The president is in the news for nominating former INEC chairman Mahmood Yakubu, former presidential aide Reno Omokri, and former aviation minister Femi Fani Kayode as non-career ambassadors. Their names were sent to the Senate as part of a second batch of 32 nominees. Yakubu recently completed his 10 years at INEC. Other nominees include former governors Okezie Ikpeazu and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi, former Lagos Deputy Governor Femi Pedro, and former Senator Florence Ajimobi. They will all undergo security screening before confirmation, after which their postings to strategic countries and missions will be announced. Let's see what netizens are saying concerning this. Now, the first one from Ebube Dike, and he said, "Dear President Tinubu, you need to step away from this reward system of appointment and appoint people based on competence. This your current system doesn't help. I have suffered enough. It is now my turn to enjoy exactly what rings in their head right now." Another one from Boxy, and he said, "Tinubu's new ambassadorial nominees are giving strong family meeting vibes. At this point, I'm convinced the only qualification needed is knowing someone who knows someone that once greeted someone." Another one from Shei, and it said, "If you still don't understand what happened in 2023, this is it. An immediate past chairman of INEC has been given a political appointment alongside some other people with highly questionable character." And that one from Val Mary, and she said, "Mahmood Yakubu is rewarded for rigging Tinubu into power. Reno Mockery is rewarded for insulting the Igbos, and Peter Obi. FFK is rewarded because of being labile, and Okezie Ikpeazu is rewarded because of looting and destroying Abia State. Tinubu is demonstrating to all the crooks in Nigeria that they have his backs."
Well, very quickly, let me respond to the last comment there. As much as this person is very, is responding from an angle of, well, you want to call it his or her own experience, thought, because it's important that we also mention these things too. But however, I don't think the president is rewarding people based on the bad things they've done or the shortcomings that they have. We'll never know again. but to be honest, again, he's the CNC commander in chief, and if you look at it, it falls within his own scope of put it this way, within the ambience of his power to now say, I want this person or I don't want that person, or I nominate this person, as the case may be. Remember, he's the president, and as the president, you are highly regarded. He's the father of our nation, right? So when someone says, I appoint this person for some certain reason, can we also think and say, even though this person has been in the news in the past or presently for some things that are not, they don't really go well with us, can we say, is there something else that we are good for? Okay, so
Okay, I'm not going to speak for any other person. You know why? Reno, I believe that Reno is like every other human and is entitled to his opinion about things, whether or not he's speaking from two sides of his mouth. I see Reno as that. When people attack him, like, he's entitled to whatever he thinks. But you say, okay, Zekbazu.
I was coming there.
No, he's not known for anything. And this is a part of me is from Abia State, so I know what I'm talking about. He's not known for anything rather than making Abia State what it was before Alex Oti actually came in. So what good does he want to now, show for us? Or is it FFK? You should be worried. You know why? I sorry to cut you. I think the president should be worried because, in my opinion, he appointed people who are not stable. Today, whatever government actually comes in, they are there to support. And I think that's not how it should be. Even though it's politics, there are people who they would prove to you that, see, this is bad, but you start second guessing how good it looks. I think those are the kind of people it should actually have to pull through. I know people like FFK. My apologies, but for Reno is
not stable.
I don't think he is. From his opinions that he puts out there, it's from people's opinions you get to know what's in their mind, and not even actions. I feel like it's more of opinions. When you actually have opinion on certain things, I can easily deduce the kind of person that you are. You get. So I think for FFK, it's very. I would not put somebody who doesn't really. They will say when belle face. That kind of thing.
Especially for FFK, I think he is a great nominee as an ambassador.
Yeah, for Reno is a smart man.
He can't really control his emotions.
Exactly.
And diplomatic relationship
really
depends on controlling your emotions.
So for Reno, I don't really like Reno. He's not like the best person, but he's a very smart man. We saw what he did with the Good Luck administration, and then we are seeing what he's now doing in the Tinubu administration. It takes somebody who is actually a diplomat to actually be able to put the two together and be able to still find a balance and a stand. So I see him as a very smart man. Do I agree to certain things that he says? Most of the things I don't agree to what he says, but he's entitled to his opinion. But I think Reno being there, it's not. I don't really see an issue with it. But you see, FFK and Okeze Ikpeazu, I agree with the last tweets.
To be honest with you, right? I mean, those two names you called, Okeze and then the other one, they were not even in my list of those who I would say maybe they have some good that I can weigh over, but they don't. It's bad. But when you now mentioned Reno, some might disagree with me, but you see, I think Reno, like rightly said, he's neither here or there. But at the same time, in the act of the diplomacy, when it comes to diplomatic core, you must be able to play that flow of balance on the fence at the same time win both parties. Why have I said what I said? Because I saw what he did with Dangote. Some will say, no, he was giving money. I don't think he was giving money for that. They were just seeing exactly what he saw. But there's a video of him that I watched that made me say, look, he has some good. He attended, I think it was a conference in the UK or the US or so. And so someone stood up there, a white guy stood up, held the microphone and said something about Nigeria. The way and manner Reno responded to that made me believe that, look, for what it's worth.
No, Reno is actually...
For what it's worth, he understands the assignment of being a Nigerian living abroad. Because believe it or not, because everyone is back home is condemning Nigeria doesn't mean you condemn Nigeria in the eyes of those who are not Nigerians. Sure. So he stood up for us, and I must say that was a good one. So, and the videos are all over the internet, right? But more importantly, when it comes to the office of a diplomat, office of being an ambassador, office of you being able to mediate when times are tough, when the environment is so thick they can cut it with a knife. In other words, relationship is so thick they can cut it with a knife. You need someone who is not only intelligent emotionally, someone who's also smart, someone who can also control his temperament. It's not that Reno hasn't had issues where he couldn't control his temperament, but he comes to control his temper, right? But at the end of the day, you need someone who can create that balance and now say, for what it's worth, that he can make the right decisions under duress that will be in favor and in the interest of Nigerians, putting his own personal interest aside. Him, I might give him a pass mark. I'm not a politician. I'm not rooting for any political party. I might give Reno a pass mark. But when it comes to, okay, see, I'm thinking, ask myself a question. Let's give a track back and ask, what really has he done? What did he really do for Abia State?
He did not do nothing.
Did he take them 10 steps backwards, one step forward?
You know, at a point in my life, I was really ashamed to admit.
Are we going to see any change? Are we going to see any change? If at all, former INEC man becomes an ambassador. If he passes or goes through and then he makes it to the seat, do you think that he could have learned from what has happened?
For 10 years, he did not learn. It's not. Yes, I purposely didn't talk about him because that
if he's watching, we're like,
because really,
he'll be saying, "This woman, give me some break. Give me
for
some."
10 years. The reason why our electoral system is the way it is because of Mahmoud. You can't tell me for 10 years we can't remember you for anything good. The last election that you actually brought beavers and all of that, and we actually we actually thought that, okay, maybe this is the way. It ended up being not the way. So you can't tell me that now that they are giving you an ambassadorial post, you're now going to do what you couldn't do for 10 years?
You know what they say?
No way.
They say apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So maybe this time around, let's just give it benefit of the doubt. Would we say the apple will not probably?
I think that is the problem. Having to give benefit of doubt. It's like you're apart from even things going, it's normal.
Got used to not to.
I say it to you all the time, and you and Elizabeth actually laugh at me because it helps my sanity. When I see news, the way I would take it is from you, who is very optimistic about Nigeria being great. I believe that Nigeria can be great, but if we don't do certain things that we're supposed to do, we'll be stuck in the same place.
So Mahmoud is a no-no.
It's a no-no for me. That was why I didn't even talk about it.
So let's add him to the remaining two. No.
I'm not even adding him to the minutes. I said the minutes two. We sat down and then we analyzed why we think they shouldn't be there.
In his own case,
but for Mahmoud,
forget about it. Totally.
Forget about it. So these are the problem.
Maybe
encourage.
Maybe our president will watch this and like, I agree with Valentine and Debbie on this. Mahmoud, please step down. We don't need you.
He's actually going through screening now. Like I said, we understand how the screening system works in the Senate. Those who actually go for screening, 100% of the time, they get it.
But another thing, on a serious note, what this means if we pull through and get ambassadors, what this means is that economically, right, we'll begin to have far more fluid conversations with nations. Most definitely. Why? Because now we have people representing us that are actually known. And we have less of our president traveling for every summit, traveling for every, international convention, or whenever someone says, hey, we are coming to invade your country, guns blazing, and all that stuff. You will not be worried much because then we have, people who will negotiate or put this, people who will solicit on his behalf, which is a good thing. And of course, less presidential travel means less money being spent. That one put our economy to grow our nation.
Yeah. All right.
I just think like a businessman.
But yeah. The part where you come from is really a very thoughtful part. But that's all we have for you on Social Listening today. We followed the unfolding situation in Kwara, the latest from the ambassadorial nominations. We get to see how that would unfold. My name is Deborah Eze.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
And join us again tomorrow on Business Day Television. Do have yourself a beautiful morning. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as the market. So we're starting off with some of the business news headlines that are making the rounds. First of all, Dangote is pledging 50 million liters of petrol to Nigerians starting from December the 1st. Which is today. Dangote Petroleum Refinery says it will begin supplying 50 million liters of petrol per day to the Nigerian market starting on the 1st of December. The company says it forms part of a broader plan to deliver 1.5 billion liters of PMS monthly through the festive season into early 2026. This announcement was made by Aliko Dangote during a tour of the refinery by the South-South Development Commission. He said the refinery currently produces between 40 and 45 million liters daily, adding that the new supply level should help prevent fuel scarcity that is typically associated with the Yuletide. Dangote also disclosed that formal notification has been sent to the midstream and downstream regulator, and supply is expected to rise to 1.7 billion liters in February. He said the refinery is working with petroleum marketers to ensure nationwide distribution while also supporting the transition to CNG-powered haulage fleet that is expected to cut logistics costs and improve efficiency. Then we'll move to the news of Oluyemi Cardoso, the CBN governor, opening the door to rate cut in 2026. The CBN governor said that the CBN may resume interest rate cuts monetary management. He said interest rate adjustment will be guided strictly by data. The governor outlined key priorities for 2026, including strengthening the banking system, protecting depositors, modernizing payments, and deepening financial stability. He added that fintech innovation will be encouraged, but with stricter rules on consumer protection, cybersecurity, and digital asset oversight. Cardoso also reaffirmed that the era of deficit financing by the CBN is over, stressing that monetary discipline and price stability will remain the CBN's core mandate. Then OPEC has retained Nigeria's crude oil production quota at 1.5 million barrels per day through to December 2026. This decision was reaffirmed at the 40th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting, where members agreed to maintain existing output levels under the Declaration of Cooperation. The group also approved a new assessment mechanism to determine each country's maximum sustainable production capacity. This framework will be used to set production baseline for 2027. OPEC's Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee will continue to track market conditions and output compliance ahead of the next ministerial meeting that is scheduled for June 7, 2026. Meanwhile, in a separate update, OPEC said that 8 OPEC Plus members, including Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, and the UAE, have agreed to pause planned production increases in the first quarter of 2026 due to seasonal demand trends. The countries will also continue withholding a 137,000 barrel per day increase previously slated for December. They will meet monthly to review market dynamics and compliance. After the break, we're going to return with a little bit of insight into what happened in the markets from last week. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back to Economy and Markets. Over the week, between the week starting November 25 to November 29 to November 28, rather, we saw quite a bit of action in the NGX. We saw some announcements, some resignations. However, we're going to have a quick break and a quick update of some of the top 3 that caught our attention. First of all, Cadbury Nigeria appointing a new interim managing director. Cadbury Nigeria has announced a major leadership change as it begins a new phase of transition. This announcement came on Thursday. So the company says that its finance director, Folake Ogundipe, has been appointed as the interim managing director. This is following the retirement of its previous MD, Oyeyimika Adeboye. So Oyeyimika Adeboye was the first female managing director of the company since its establishment in 1967. She steps down. She expected to step down on November 30th after reaching the company's mandatory retirement age. This announcement was made in a corporate filing that was signed by Cadbury's head of corporate communication, Frederick Modi. It also marks the second leadership change at the company in 5 years. Adeboye Oyeyimika joined Cadbury's board in 2008 as the finance and strategy director for West Africa, and she became the managing director in 2019, making her the first woman to lead the company since operation began in 1965. I beg your pardon. Her 6-year tenure coincided with one of the toughest periods for FMCG companies in Nigeria. We saw a bit of persistent FX shortages, rising inflation, and high operating costs that eroded industry margins. And this was not just Cadbury alone. We saw it affect Unilever, we saw it affect PZ, we saw it affect the brewers, the Nigerian breweries, international breweries, Guinness. All of them were massively affected by rising inflation as well as the massive devaluation of the naira. Cadbury also faced some supply chain disruptions and volatile input prices. All of this affected production and stability. However, under Madam Adeboye, they were able to push through And an analyst says that the company's financial pressures basically mirrored broader challenges that were faced across the food and beverage sector. So, with Adeboye's exit, Cadbury is entering a new transition period as its parent company is Mondelez International is refining its West African growth strategy. This is coming amid weak consumer spending, especially in Nigeria. In the interim, Folake Ogundipe is expected to provide operational leadership. She joined Cadbury in September of 2025 and became finance director shortly thereafter. Her experience spans FMCG, energy services, and industrial operations, including she was the executive director in charge of finance at Unilever just before joining Cadbury. She also worked in PES Group and Niger Dock. Cadbury has not provided a timeline for naming a substantive managing director. So we move on to First Holdco, another news that made the rounds in the market. First Holdco has completed its divestment from FBN Quest Merchant Bank. The financial services holding company on Saturday announced that it had finalized the sale of its entire 100% stake in FBN Quest Merchant Bank to a consortium named EverQuest Acquisition LLP. The confirmation was contained in a corporate disclosure signed by the group company's secretary Abiola Baroa, who said the transaction received full regulatory approval from the CBN. The divestment follows an agreement between First Holdco and EverQuest that was first announced in September of 2024. The company says that the sale aligns with its broader plan to streamline and optimize its portfolio across the group, which includes the First Bank of Nigeria, which is the flagship company in that group. EverQuest Acquisition LLP is a consortium that is made up of Custodian Investment, Aeon Investment, and Evercore Industry, and they emerged as the preferred bidder after what First Holdco described as a competitive process. The sale marks another step in First Holdco's effort to reposition its subsidiary and channel resources towards units considered strategically essential for long-term growth. Neither side disclosed the value of the transaction, but industry analysts say the move reflects the increasing trend of Nigerian financial groups refining their business models and regulatory oversight, as well as evolving market conditions. It signals more than this move signals more than a transfer of shareholdings. Custodian has diversified interest in insurance, they have in real estate, in pension, and in capital markets. And Evercore, on the other hand, they also have a wide footprint in insurance, energy, and most importantly, food and beverage. Evercore is the major shareholder in Champion Breweries that has now acquired a majority stake in one of the leading energy drink brands. So this acquisition basically suggests that for FBN Quest, there is going to be a little more than just corporate financing. It's going to be a broad interest across different sectors of the economy. Basically, the move is expected to reposition the merchant bank for a more diversified business model beyond just the traditional corporate financing that we see. There is no talking about what happened in the NGX last week without talking about the most important one, Nigeria's switch of settlement system. We saved the best for last. Nigeria switched to T+2 on November 28th, making Nigeria the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to switch to that particular settlement system. In Africa, only Egypt had a prior switch from T+3 to T+2. The Egyptian exchange switched to T+2 in May of 2022, with Nigeria now switching to T+2, makes us just two countries in Africa. So, in a major boost for Nigeria's capital markets, the CSCS PLC officially launched a new faster settlement system, a move that is seen as a milestone for efficiency and investor confidence. CSCS is the Central Securities Depository that settles trade that happens on the NGX and the NASD OTC. That's the NASD over-the-counter market. So what this means is that share transfers or business of transferring shares, the buying and selling of shares in the exchange will now be settled after 2 business days, down from the previous 3-day cycle that we used to have. The CSCS Managing Director was speaking during a press conference on Friday. He said that the shift reflects months of rigorous testing and collaboration among regulators, exchanges, custodians, and brokers. He described it as a part of modernizing Nigeria's post-trade infrastructure, boosting liquidity, and reducing counterparty risk, as well as speeding up access to funds and securities for investors. The chairman of the CSCS also noted that the change positions Nigeria's equity market among the most competitive on the continent. This shorter cycle is expected to deepen investor confidence, especially among our foreign and institutional investors that are looking for some well-structured and globally aligned markets. If you look through some of the charts, look through some of the other markets in Africa, we see that from Nigeria to Egypt, we're on T+2. However, in South Africa, is a T+3 market. In Ghana, it's also a T+3 market. In Kenya, it's a T+3 market. In Morocco, that's the Casablanca Stock Exchange, it's a T+3 market. Algeria is a T+3 market. And in BRVM, which is the stock market for Francophone West Africa, it's also a T+3 market. However, it's expected that in Francophone West Africa, BRVM is going to be switching to T+2 on December the 4th. The regulatory backer, which is the SEC, approved the shift as part of its long-term capital market master plan, and market shareholders are already exploring the next frontier. They're already talking about a potential move to the T+1 settlement cycle by 2026. For investors, the immediate benefit is clear. So we're going to be having quicker turnover, faster access to proceeds, and lower risk. Meanwhile, for the broader Nigerian capital market, it's a strong signal that Nigeria is looking to align with global best practices. Basically, a welcome development for the sector's growth outlook. With this upgrade, Nigeria is edging closer to global settlement standard. In the US, we have it at T+1. In China, we have it at T+1. Also in India, we have it at T+1. However, in the UK, some of the world's developed market, we still have it at T+2. In Netherlands, in France, we have it at T+1. So Nigeria's move to want to go to T+1 by mid-2026 is a drive to becoming the fastest market in Africa, as we don't yet have any market that settles at T+1 in the continent. After the break, we're going to be returning with a monthly summary of the NGX as well as the market update from last week. Stay with us. Welcome back, and now let's look at the NGX in November of 2025. So compared to what we had in 2024 November 2025, the NGX November 2025, the market was red as in horse blood red. There was a very bearish momentum in the market. The all share index lost 6.88%. We started November at an all share index of 154,124.46 points. However, we ended it at 143,520.53 points. However, on the bright side, the market closed with a year-to-date of 39.44%. So we are still up from the market's close of 2024. Basically, November was quite a month. However, it's customary that December of every year the market experiences some of its best performances, especially heading towards the end of the year. From the Christmas period, there's usually a market phenomenon that is known as the Christmas rally. So we hope to see, and from early trading data of December the 1st, we already see that maybe the market is already trending in that direction of giving us a beautiful Christmas rally. We're already up by just, we're up marginally by just 5 basis points in the market. So if we look at monthly summary of 2020 of November 2025, we see that all the major indices, all the major sectors that we track in the market basically went down. From industrial goods going down by 13.81%. Banks, on the listed banks, the NGX banking index went down by 5.77%. The NGX insurance index went down by 12.06%. The oil and gas index also went down by 7.33%, while the consumer goods index went down by 3.2%. We had 19 gainers for the month and 82 losers. For a better understanding, we had 19 stocks, 19 equities gain in share price. However, we had 82 stocks lose in share price, and there is no gain saying our top gainer for the month was NCR. NCR has seen quite a bit of has seen a lot of momentum, especially in November. NCR is now trading at 54 naira 65 kobo. This is a share that was trading at around 4 naira at the start of 2025. So we probably have seen that share go up by over 1,000% in 2025. The last time we saw a share go up by 1,000% was with Julie PLC in 2023. So we're probably looking at our top gainer for the year. Then UACN was also a significant gainer. UACN started the month at 16 naira per share, and as at now it's trading at 78 naira 90 kobo, which is almost around 35, is about 30, almost around 30%, almost a third, almost more than a 30% gain. This is majorly due to its completed acquisition. We now have some of the facts behind the figures. We have the facts behind the acquisition of Chi. We see the numbers, and investors are looking at it that a company with a projected revenue of around 700 billion in 2025, it's quite a steal for the amount they got it for, and it's going to have a significant enterprise value. It has a significant enterprise value than what it's currently trading at right now. So we move on from there. Let's look at the market for Friday and last week. So the NGX gained 0.20% on Friday, moving up by 281.3 points. We see our year to date at 39.44%. On that day, we saw about 1.8 billion shares traded, 1.827 billion shares traded in deals worth over 20 billion naira. Last week we saw the market capitalization of the market go up to 91.3 trillion naira. And let's look at some of our top gainers for that day. Ikeja was number one with a 30.25% gain to close at a share price of 10 with a 10% gain to close at the share price of 30 naira 25 kobo. I beg your pardon. NGX Group also went up. NGX Group, the sentiment around NGX Group is majorly around the fact that NGX is the major shareholder in CSCS PLC, and with the move to a T+2 settlement system, the investors are expecting that there's going to be more finance, more trades, more investors coming onto the NGX, considering the fact that we have a faster settlement time now. Academy Press also was a significant gainer of the day, 9.70% to close at a share price of 7 naira 35 kobo. Then Umatech Ventures went up by 9.35% on the day, so it closed at a share price of 1 naira 17 kobo. Also Cadbury, after news of its new interim managing director, we saw investors pile up on that share, 8.63%. There was a lot of buy pressure on Cadbury. Cadbury closed at a share price of 57 naira 90 kobo. On the flip side, Abbey Mortgage Bank down by the maximum 10% to close at a share price of 5 naira 85 kobo. Maya PLC down by 9.97% to close at the share price of 13 naira 10 kobo. Then Suno Assurances down by 9.89%. Investors are still taking profit on this particular one. They have been taking profit from the start of the year, and even up to November, they are still taking profit. That's to show you the depth of the gains that was that was recorded on Suno Assurances in 2024. 3 naira 92 kobo. Then Sovereign Trust Insurance down by 9.09% to close at the share price of 2 naira 70 kobo. Then Linkage Assurance down by 8.02% to close at the share price of 1 naira 72 kobo. In terms of trading activity, the most actively traded stocks in terms of volume, we start with Cornerstone Insurance. Cornerstone basically made up a bulk of all of the trading volume on the market. We saw 1.268 billion Cornerstone shares traded in deals worth over 6.4 billion naira. Access Holding also significant trading volume, 103.3 million shares in deals worth over 2.168 billion naira. Ella Lakes was also a significant trader. Ella Lakes there's presently a public offer, a 235 billion public offer that Ella Lakes is offering about 12 billion shares. Ella Lakes saw 82.7 million of its shares traded in deals worth around 1.1 billion naira. Then Consolidated Hallmark Holdings also 59.138 million shares in deals worth around 232.5 million naira. UBA saw 26.4 million shares traded in deals worth around 956.097 million naira. From Friday, we'll look at the week ending November 28th. The NGX All-Share Index went down by 14 basis points during the week to close at 143,520.53 points. In the previous week, it closed at 143,722.62 points. Top gainers of that week: number one, Ikeja Hotel. Ikeja Hotel, the operators and owners of Sheraton Hotel Ikeja, were the top gainers of the week. A whooping 45% gain in just 5 days of trading. NCR also continues its miraculous run. A run of NCR in November has been nothing short of a miracle. 32.97% gain to close at the share price of 54 naira 65 kobo. UAC was also a significant gainer during the week. 12.71% to close at the share price of 78 naira 90 kobo. CWG Group, Computer Warehouse Group PLC, up by 11.84% to close at the share price of 17 naira 95 kobo. Veritas Capital also up by 11.25% to close at the share price of 1 naira 78 kobo. Let's look at our top losers for the week. Meyer PLC, the paint company, was down by 18.89% to close at the share price of 13 naira 10 kobo. Suno Assurances also down by 14.78% to close at the share price of 3 naira 92 kobo. UPDC down by 11.93% to close at the share price of 5 naira 2 kobo. Amongst our top losers, we also have Tantalizer down by 2.25% to close at Tantalizer PLC was down by 10.36% to close at the share price of 2 naira 25 kobo. Abbey Mortgage Bank down by 10% to close at the share price of 5 naira 85 kobo. And on the bank and on the index side, we saw the NGX Banking Index, the only gainer during the week. We track 5 indexes. 5 sectors on economy and market. We track banking, insurance, consumer goods, oil and gas, and industrial goods. The NGX Banking Index was up by 67 basis points, 0.67%. However, on a monthly basis, we see that the banking sector was down by about 13%. However, just last week, it went up slightly, 67 basis points. The insurance index closed a little bit flat, down by 0.07%. And the NGX consumer goods also recorded a decline, 70 basis points, that's 0.70%. Oil and gas index down by 0.23%, and the industrial goods index was the major decliner, 1.92% during the week. In the US, in the US side, last week was quite a bullish week. While it was a contrast of what we experienced in the NGX, we see the Dow Jones Index up by 61 basis points on Friday. The S&P Index up by 0.54% on Friday, and the Nasdaq Composite also up by 0.65% on Friday. In Asia, we see the Nikkei 225, that's the benchmark index of the Tokyo Stock Exchange, up by 17 basis points. However, in Korea, it was a different case. The Kospi Index went down by 1.51%, and the Hang Seng Index also went down by 34 basis points. That's the Hang Seng Index that tracks the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. In Europe, it was a mirror of what was obtainable in the US. We saw positive closes across board from England to France to Germany. FTSE 100 went up by 0.27% on Friday, while the CAC 40 also went up by 0.29%, and the DAX index went up by 0.29%. Finally, to round up the currency side of things, on the currency side of things, the NGX, the Naira closed at 1,447 Naira to the USD, a 7% gain from what we started November at. We started November at 1,454 Naira to the dollar. Against the euros, it was a decline, however, to signify the fact that maybe the USD is declining. Against the euro, we saw the Naira close at 1,678 Naira to the euros, and against the British pound, 1,916 Naira to the British pounds. And that's all we can take on economy and market for this morning. Thank you for staying with us. I'm David Olujimi.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria, we dey suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. 2 of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. Now, the headlines. Naira appreciates 1,446.74 per dollar. Capital inflow hits $20.98 billion. OPEC keeps Nigeria's 1.5 million barrels per day quota in place through 2026. Just in, FCT doctors suspend indefinite strike. Africa Investment Forum secures $15.3 billion, 39 bankable projects at 2025 Rabat gathering. EPL 10-man Chelsea battle for points against Arsenal in Fiery Derby. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the Naira recorded a stronger performance during the past week, rising to 1,446.74 per dollar, marking a 0.69% increase over the previous week's figure of 1,456.72 per dollar. This strengthening of the Naira followed the sharp volatility of the previous week trading, mostly below 1,450 per dollar at the official window, while the eased slightly by 0.07% to 1,476 per dollar. The governor of the CBN, Olayemi Cardoso, at the 60th Annual Bankers' Dinner held in Lagos on Friday, also noted that foreign capital inflows reached $20.98 billion in the first 10 months of 2025, marking a 70% increase over total inflows for 2024 and a 428% surge compared with the $3.9 billion recorded in 2023. According to reports, there was no spike in inflows, but the emergence of deeper, more balanced and two-way interests. The report showed that liquidity improved, bid-offer spreads narrowed, and the market appeared to settle into a more stable pricing corridor. The MPC's reaffirmation of the willing buyer, willing seller framework also helped anchor expectations, signaling that FX pricing will remain largely market-driven with minimal direct intervention, while analysts attributed the performance of the Naira to the activities of foreign portfolio investors and the Central Bank of Nigeria's supply. Moving on, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries has maintained Nigeria's crude oil production quota at 1.5 million barrels per day until December 2026, reaffirming a previous decision taken in late 2024. This extension was announced after the 40th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting held on Sunday, where members agreed to retain overall production levels for countries participating in the Declaration of Cooperation. The group revealed that it also endorsed a new mechanism developed by the OPEC Secretariat to assess countries' maximum sustainable production capacity, a framework that will serve as the basis for determining 2027 production baselines. OPEC's Joint Ministerial Monitoring Committee will reportedly continue reviewing market conditions, conformity levels, and output compliance as the next ministerial meeting is scheduled for June 7, 2026. In a separate statement, OPEC added that 8 countries within the wider OPEC alliance, Saudi Arabia, Russia, Iraq, the UAE, Kuwait, Kazakhstan, Algeria, and Oman agreed to pause previously planned production increases for the first quarter of 2026, citing seasonal demand patterns. The countries which had earlier announced additional voluntary output adjustment in 2023 will continue to hold back a 137,000 billion barrels increase scheduled for December 2025. Still on, the Association of Resident Doctors in the Federal Capital Territory Administration has suspended its indefinite strike after 30 days of industrial action. This was revealed by the president of the association, George Ebong, who said that the strike, which began on November 1st, 2025, was suspended following the approval of their demands by the Minister of FCT, Nyesom Wike. The doctors reportedly warned that they would not hesitate to resume industrial action if the FCTA fails to implement the approved demands within 4 weeks. The doctors embarked on industrial action to press home their demand for better working conditions, improved welfare, fair remuneration, and other improvements. The strike disrupted medical services across the FCT, leading to delays in patient care and increased pressure on the remaining healthcare staff. Also, the federal government has reportedly proposed a 40% salary increase for lecturers under the Academic Staff Union of Universities. According to reports, the proposal comes as ASU leadership prepares to return to the negotiation table with the federal government delegation headed by Ayale Ahmed. The union's decision follows a consensus reached at the National Executive Council meeting held in Abuja on Sunday, as branch leaders who attended the meeting are expected to communicate the development to their members nationwide. ASU's one-month ultimatum to the federal government ended Saturday, heightening tension within the academic community of Nigerian public universities. Key issues include the review of the 2009 ASU federal government agreement, payment of outstanding salaries and earned allowances, and the disbursement of the University Revitalization Fund. To end the local news, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority has revealed that petrol security slowed in October, as the Dangote Petroleum Refinery supplied only an average of 17.1 million liters per day of the nation's petrol needs, forcing the country to rely heavily on imports despite earlier hopes of self-sufficiency. The regulator, in its latest October 2025 fact sheet on the state of the midstream and downstream sector, revealed that the Dangote refinery supplied only 512.4 million liters of petrol in October, far below the 1.5 billion liters required to meet the country's monthly demand, leaving imported refined products to fill the gap and contributing an average of 27.6 million liters daily. The report showed that marketers had to import a total of 828 million liters of petrol during the month to meet the national supply requirement of 50 million liters. According to the report, national petrol consumption rose to 56.7 million liters per day, indicating a sustained increase in demand despite efforts to promote greater domestic production. The figures reportedly reaffirmed a persistent pattern in which imported petrol remains Nigeria's dominant supply source, despite the commencement of the operations at the Lekki-based Dangote refinery in September 2024. We're going on a quick break now, and we'll bring you the foreign news in detail.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. On the foreign scene, the 2025 Africa Investment Forum Market Days wrapped up on Friday in Rabat, Morocco, with $15.3 billion in investment covering 39 bankable projects. African Development Bank Group President CD Ould Tah announced the outcome at the close of the three-day event, adding that the conclusion of the Africa Investment Forum's 2025 Market Days marks a new beginning, full of optimism for the future of the continent. The year's edition drew financial backing from 32 global private sector organizations, double the number in 2024, highlighting the forum's rising profile as a premier marketplace for investment in Africa. Over 3 days, more than 2,000 delegates representing private capital providers, international investment and commercial banks, multilateral development finance institutions, entrepreneurs, and government representatives explored project structuring, mobilizing capital, and women's access to finance. President Ould Tah says investors responded strongly to the projects tabled in the forum's boardrooms because they were supported by social and environmental impact studies and robust financial models, adding that 2/3 of the proposed transactions targeted the energy and transport sectors. The bank's president also unveiled new measures to track how commitments to convert into real projects. The AIF will introduce an annual dashboard to monitor project progress and the rate at which investment interest translates into actual investments. Also, officials from Ukraine and the United States have held talks aimed at creating reliable security guarantees for Kyiv as part of a Washington-backed peace plan to end Russia's war. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who met with the Ukrainian delegation led by the head of Kyiv's National Security and Defense Counsel, Rustem Umerov, said the discussions on Sunday were productive, while more work needs to be done. The talks took place in the U.S. state of Florida and included Whitcuff and U.S. President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, while Whitcuff leaves today for Moscow, where he is expected to meet Russian counterparts for talks this week. The talks came a week after Rubio and Ukrainian negotiators met in Geneva, Switzerland, to revise Trump's peace plan, which was initially criticized as a Russian wish list. And now to sports. Chelsea earned a battling 1-1 draw with Premier League leaders Arsenal at Stamford Bridge despite playing for almost an hour with 10 men. Moises Caicedo was set off after 36 minutes for a dangerous start-up challenge on Mikel Merino, while Enzo Maresca's side showed remarkable resilience, unlike earlier in the season when Chelsea collapsed after a red card. Trevor Chalobah headed the 10 men into the lead shortly after half-time, and although Merino equalized before the hour mark, Chelsea's defiance provided Maresca with plenty of encouragement. The first half was defined by hard tackles and tense moments, with the biggest flashpoint arriving at the 38th minute, while Arsenal responded later as Merino headed in Bukayo Saka's excellent in-swinging cross at the back spot. The draw moves Arsenal 5 points clear of Manchester City as Chelsea sit third, 1 point behind City, while Gunners are now unbeatable in 17 matches across all competitions. To end the news, Alexander Isak scored his first Premier League goal as Liverpool dismantled West Ham United 2-0, easing pressure on Arne Slot. Liverpool ended a dismal run of 9 defeats in 12 matches, marking their worst sequence since 1954, with a fully deserved victory. Slot reportedly made a major call by leaving Mohamed Salah out of a league starting lineup for the first time since April 2024, also away at West Ham, ending a streak of 53 consecutive league starts under Jurgen Klopp. The decision was rewarded with a far more cohesive and energetic display as Liverpool controlled a subdued West Ham, with Florian Wirtz influential in a free role behind the forwards. The win lifts Liverpool to 8th place in the Premier League, now just 3 points outside the top 4 and marked by Isak's long-awaited moments. This is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News at noon. I am Amanda Imosibue. Stay tuned for more updates.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC. We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
There are wounds that never show on the body that are deeper and more hurtful than anything that bleeds. As traumatized children, we always dreamed that someone would come and save us. We never dreamed that it would in fact be ourselves as adults. Welcome to Health Matters, your #1 guide to health and wellness. I am Amanda Emosigwe. Bringing you with the statistics. Now, 50% of youth have been assaulted at least once. 39% of teenagers ages 12 to 17 reported witnessing violence. 34% of youth reported being emotionally bullied and 13% physically bullied. Now, in a 2021 survey, more than 58% of Nigerian youths experienced a traumatic event, indicating that up to 86.7% of participants experienced at least one adverse childhood experience. with emotional maltreatment at 85.3%, physical maltreatment at 81.8%, sexual maltreatment at 55.9%, and neglect at 47.4%. Such high figures. But joining us to unpack this mental health issue and aid in healing from your childhood trauma is Queen Edonio. She's a holistic therapist and a wellness advocate and a reflexologist. Welcome to Health Matters.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good afternoon. So before we break it down, this term is quite new to me, reflexology. Explain that to me.
Okay, so reflexology is an holistic therapy, it's an ancient healing. It's just like acupuncture. Acupuncture is an ancient Chinese healing medicine that they've been using in a very long time to heal themselves, right? So it boils down to our general different cultures and different regions, right? So in Nigeria, I remember when you're very sick in those days that they will take you to these herbal people and they start giving you those tears on your body, believing that you get well, right? Those are true because you have acupunctures all over your body that narrate healings, direct healings, to your body generally. So those are called qis through your meridian cells. So your body has ability to heal itself by itself naturally. What you just needed to do is to activate the pressure points and you get healing. So we as reflexologists, we use our thumb to activate your pressure points and to get healing generally.
So is it, maybe I'm not saying the correct term, but it's an advanced massage?
Yes, it's a treatment, so to say. For example, if you're having headache, right, there are pressure points on your hand and your head that you can hold on to that the headache will absolutely go in less than 2 minutes. You don't need any pain suppressants to hold it down. So those things are just natural. So we are saying that, the body is designed literally to heal itself by itself. What you just need to do is to activate, right? You don't need any other measures to take it off. So your body can heal, activate it, and you're fine. That's why we have different kind of massages. We have reflex massages, which is pressure point that goes through your meridian all over your body. That generalize healing to you, so your body can heal.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that. So let's quickly jump into this healing process now.
All right.
Childhood trauma is such a broad term, but from a holistic perspective, what is childhood trauma?
Childhood trauma is actually an overwhelming experience that a child has from a very young age, under 18, right? That's, it's overwhelming them that they cannot control what they feel and they cannot express themselves because children they're still developing, right? Their brains and their feelings and their emotions is still developing. So sometimes when they have some certain things that goes on with them, they cannot absorb it, so it shocks them, and it's it's a lifetime stigma that lives with them for a very long time, which if it's not properly attended to, it could cause a little bit of trouble as an adult generally.
Oh, okay. So I know a lot of adults, we don't realize that we are traumatized. We don't know that, okay, some things we act out, some ways we act out is as a result of trauma. So now, what are the common signs of trauma as an adult, of childhood trauma as an adult?
Childhood traumas could reflect to the parenting or the upbringing. Sometimes it could be from results of loss of loved ones, guidance or abuse, or war, or this thing, or illness. Some children are very sick when they were much younger, so yes, they've been administrating a lot of treatments to them, so that one will give them trauma. So it could it could push them to a lot of things, self-defense. Some of them will even break down. They will start they will start being unnecessarily protective. They will take blames from when nobody's even asking them. They will just be defensive. So it could even affect their mental health in their relationship. So the thing is, what I will have to say is, they can get help, they can get healing. Your mind has the ability to refresh and to heal. So what you just need to do is to get the right help.
Okay, so before there's normally a guest, I do some research. So I read that holistic therapy emphasizes the mind-body connection. So how exactly does trauma store in the body, and how does it affect now your physical health?
Okay, trauma stores in your body because it's something that you've experienced. So your body, your nerve, your neuron system, your nerve has ability to store events that has already that happened in the past. So when your body sees danger or experiences danger, it will start it will start it will start a defensive, it will bring out a defensive mechanism that will help to shield you before and after the danger, goes away. So in that case, you can have high breathing, flinching, etc. That's why sometimes when you're scared, your heart starts pumping very fast because you're scared. So your body is telling you that this thing has already happened before. So you have to be guided. You have to be conscious. That's why you see some people, when they live in their house, they are living in a very secured environment. They lock everywhere up because they're expecting danger. So those could be traumas because sometimes they could experience, violence, wars. Like, for example, where I come from because I lived with my mom, it's very, very funny because most most of them are single moms, right? And it's very simple. So you will see a lot of families living in their houses without their fathers, or their fathers will just be playing games outside and their mothers goes to work, and it's a normal thing. And sometimes you see them fighting, sometimes you see a lot of violent things, and you just lock your door and come outside and see. So those people grow up with that kind of environment. So when they are even in a comfortable and secured place, they feel it's not safe and they're expecting anything to happen. So it could even affect them in their relationship because they're always expecting the person to do something dirty to them. So they will always shield themselves and they always protect themselves. So your body absorbs it, right? Your body absorbs information, it recognizes occurrences that has happened. So what I have to tell everybody that is going through this situation is they have the chance to heal. What they need to do is to let go. As an adult, your own is to learn the truth, learn how to trust, and learn how to believe, so you can have the peace and rest that your body requires. That's where healing comes from.
I think that's where unlearning, relearning, and learning, that whole process.
Whole process, and letting go, because if you don't let go, you don't forgive yourself, and you don't find strength in what you've been through, it's going to mess you up, and you have to get a professional advice to guide you through if it's difficult.
Okay, so a lot of people think that this trauma, it only occurs due to major events that have happened. Enlighten us, can very subtle, these seemingly small events as a child actually process into childhood trauma? And then in your line of your profession, how often are these seemingly small events, that process into trauma, how common are they?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. They are very common because as a child, your brain is open and you're learning a lot of things. Everything that comes into you is new and fresh, right? So, for example, a child that has never seen someone bleeding, someone just used the button and smashed the person's head and the person is bleeding. It's a shock to the child, like, oh my God, right? So the child will live with that memory that if someone holds a bottle, the person might smash it on my head and I'll start bleeding, right? So it's actually a trauma for that child. Then when the person grows up, the person can have a stigma of bottle and blood. That's why some persons, they can't stand blood. When they see blood, they'll start shouting.
Yes.
Or a case of a child that has been hospitalized right from a very tender age and grows up and they want to give the child injection, and the adult starts screaming, please, I don't want this. So it resolves to a lot of mental disorder and it can mess a lot of things up as an individual.
Okay, so there's a common phrase, inner child. My inner child craves my inner. So now, speaking about this inner child, what is inner child healing?
Inner child healing is actually finding yourself out of the things that has happened to you, right? Coming out of the nutshell. Even if you don't want to talk about it, it's very fine, it's okay. But seeing your strength, finding your strength from what you've been through as a power, as a courage, not the other way around. It's not consuming you. It's not going to consume you, because what you've been through is actually it's not because it is something you could control. it's just a situation that happened that's, it's beyond your control, but it happened. But you are the strength. You made it. You made it through. So that is your energy. That is your power. That's your strength. So that is your voice. So what you should do is to find your way and surface to the limelight and say, yes, you did it.
Okay, finding your way, it means reconnecting with your inner child. How then do you reconnect with your inner child?
How you could reconnect with your inner child is to accept and embrace who you've become, not what you've been through, right? Who you've become, what you've been through, and who you are, and what you intend to be, what your intention is to show, your legacy, your world. Right? That's why you are not what you've been through, you're what you are and what you project.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong, but then I feel like crying is so much of a solution. But as much as it's a solution, it might only offer temporary relief. So what are the more permanent? First of all, we're going to talk about crying as a solution, permanent or temporary, and then we're also going to speak on some of the more permanent solutions in dealing with childhood trauma.
Okay, so crying is actually a way of releasing stress for some people, right? In as much as it's a very sad experience, we all think or believe sort of that if you cry, you're very sad or something terrible is happening or the world is coming to an end. So in such cases, sometimes you need to cry to relieve yourself. That's why sometimes we tell people that you need to do physical exercises to release those toxins, to activate those happy hormones from your body. So when you cry, you relieve yourself, or when you talk about situation. Even if you don't want to tell anybody, you can talk to your system, you can talk to your phone, or you can talk to your dog. That we never tell anybody, right? So those are a way to relieve the pressure, the tension, the burden you're carrying in your heart. So if you can cry, it could release it. That's why some people need hugs, right? So in as much as a lot of people are going through traumas, psychological disorder, you need to care for one another. Reach out to those people, and there are stages where people can go in this process. Some persons will go through acceptance, denial, and rejection. So before they get to that stage, you yourself, you have to also look around, look out for the people around you and check out for them. When they are in acceptance stage, suicide comes in. Or yes, it's acceptance.
Suicide.
Yes, it comes in because sometimes when you feel this pain is too much, I can't take it anymore, I've been through a lot, it's unforgettable and it's unforgivable, I can deal and there is nothing I can do. You're in that pain, you can't even let it go. You start accepting, okay, I can't do this again, so let me just, you see those people giving out their properties, their belongings. So you keep, as a person that you're observing such thing, you ask them, are you fine? Do you want to talk about this? How do you need me to help you? You don't need to start telling them you're not supposed to be doing this, because those people have been through phases. They might even be smiling at you, but you won't know what they've been through because their heart is not expressed. They are not felt. So every experience that everybody has, we need to take them seriously because they're important and they're valid and they need validation. They need to be heard. Every reasonable talk or everything that you think is unreasonable is reasonable to someone else. So that's why you need to keep in touch, communicate to your family, your friends, and your environment. It's very, very important. That's where you can find the inner self. You can also help people. So you don't even need to wait until this person is your friend. Reach out, love them, hug them, touch them. Some people just need you to ask them, how are you? And they're fine, right? So it's not even about the basic things. It's not even about the clothes. It's not even about the food. It's about emotional traumas and the feeling that they are going through. Some persons just need you to tell them, I love you. It's as cheap as that. Because some children has emotional negligence. Their parents has abandoned them. They don't have that feeling. They don't even know what love is. Right? So when they even go outside and start seeing other people, other families loving they will be wondering, so why was mine different? Right? So it's very, very important for us to look out for ourselves because we are humans. That's what humans do. For example, you have an animal in the house. Your dog is always coming close to you they're always clinging to you. They don't want, if you go to the bathroom, they're there. If you go to the kitchen, they're there. That's how human beings are supposed to be, because they need you to feel what they're feeling. They need to express, they need to be heard. So when you're heard as an individual, you feel very, safe, and you feel very comfortable. So it all boils down to, looking out for each other, reaching out to ourselves, loving your own self. Some people don't love themselves because they don't experience love. They don't even know what love is. So generally, the help we can give ourselves is to reach out and to be there and to listen. You don't even need to advise, right? So just listen and say, okay, everything is going to be fine, and I know you got this.
That's really profound. So hurt people hurt people. If you do not have love to give, then there's really nothing you can do. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with Queen Edoni. This is Health Matters, and we're still speaking on childhood trauma with Queen Edoni, a holistic therapist, wellness advocate, and a reflexologist. So, out of the box question, because we spoke about dogs, so just very out of the box question. Between dogs or cats, which are better for emotional support?
I think dogs.
Dogs? Why?
Because dogs are actually loyal, very loyal to you. Even when you hurt them, they are still loyal. But cats, you cannot mess with cats. They will.
That's true. Okay,
Yeah.
so now to the next question. There are a lot of people who do not like to share their emotions. They don't like to talk about things. So for people who do not like to share their emotions but feel so stuck and overwhelmed, what are the first baby steps into the healing process of childhood trauma?
You should just adults, right? They learn trust, they learn in the process, and they adapt. So making healthy friends, healthy relationship, going out for seminars, invest in yourself, believe in yourself, then try to bring yourself out of the situation. Don't live in it, don't sink in, to come out of your shell. So when you're around positive minds, happy people, you don't need to talk about it. Just be around people that are always happy. When I mean very happy, genuinely happy, because it can't be overemphasized, right? So if I'm around you and you're always happy and I'm a sad person, what do you think? You will rub off me.
So you said genuine. How do you know? Because people fake it a lot. So how do you know someone who is genuinely happy?
This person does not need anything from me, and the person does not even require anything from me. The person is just living his or her life. So the person must not even fake it. It could come from anybody. Trust me, you'll be surprised.
So childhood trauma, it affects adult relationships.
Yeah.
How can we hurt people? You can't give what you don't have. So if you have hurt you need to give, then you give out hurt. So how can you break this cycle? As a parent who is carrying so much childhood trauma, and how do you break this cycle and stop it from passing on to your children, your loved ones? How does that happen?
Well, I would say prayer comes in. You start praying. Like I said, invest in your mental health. You have to seek help from the right people. If you don't want to talk about it, like you asked, just go close to, listen to inspirational speakers, even if you know that they're not perfect. Sometimes you need those words to keep you together. You need those words to stay in a very peaceful and calm environment, because your environment will also tell on you, because you can't be in a very toxic environment and expect healing. Go for vacations, go for treats. You could go for massages, go for foot pedicure, that they will give you a proper pedicure massage. You will feel rejuvenated. First of all, when you feel lots of rejuvenated and you eat good food, your nutrition, you forget about some stress that's going through your life. You feel very okay first. Then you listen to self-uplifting stories, conversations. Listen to positive words, news. Stay in a very clear and calm environment. You will be fine. Trust me. Yeah. But some persons, right, they have that environment, but they are still, struggling, fighting themselves through. You have to forgive yourself. Then forgive the situation that happened, and learn and look for a way to come out, and don't let someone else to be in that position. So your child is actually a mirror of you, just like you're a reflection to that child. So you don't want to pass through that pain. You don't want that pain to pass through that child or that person that is looking up to you. So what you have to do is you have to come out of it and, shine, because you are beautiful. You are you. You cannot, nobody can be like you. You're the only you in the whole world. So that's why you need to listen to people that will motivate you, sparkle, bring out the sparkle in you, because everybody needs to hear those beautiful words. It's just like me seeing you for the first time. Oh, you're so beautiful. The smile is just natural. It will glow. There is nothing you can do about it. So we all need to encourage ourselves and encourage people around us, right? So that's all.
Well, you just had me at vacation and good food, and when you're like you're beautiful,
yes,
tempted to
healthy.
take
When I mean good food, I mean healthy food,
yes.
right?
Okay, so now we know that there are triggers to these. Do I say melt outs? When you've had like traumatic events and then there's a trigger and then you like crash out rather. So how do you identify these triggers, and how do you identify and avoid these triggers?
Sometimes it's challenging to even know that you have a trauma. A lot of people have traumas that they are not even aware. If you tell them, they will tell you you're disrespectful. like our average Nigerian parents, they are all traumatized and they pass it to their children brutally without apology. Right? So in those cases, you that don't know that you have a problem, it's a problem.
That's true.
So it's only when you realize and you accept that you have a problem, that's when you start seeking for solution. So the people around you will be the ones to suffer it. So except you now say that, okay, everybody is complaining about my attitude. What can I do to solve it? How can I be at peace? First, you have to be at peace with yourself. You cannot be fighting yourself at all time. Let it go. Have a slack. Lose it. That's why I said you need a vacation for yourself. When I mean vacation, don't just go into a room and look like, someone that, they have been enclosed in. Go out, meet people, see different cultures, tribe, traditions, explore. Then you see how they behave. It will also tell in your own behavior. Then you know, okay, there's something wrong with me, except you're a narcissist that don't want to change. Right? But change is constantly human. That's why humans adapt and they learn to trust. So you have to trust the process, trust the healing. Everybody can get healed, even a child that has trauma. What they just need is attention, care, and you have to want to receive it. So in as much as you're trying to accept that, yes, I will need to get healed, you will be fine, you'll get resolved. It's not difficult. Just let it go. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay not to be fine. We're all humans, right? So the only perfect person is Jesus or is God. I'm sorry, but yeah, that's just me. I have to say it because I'm a Christian, so it's good. The only perfect person is Jesus. So we are all humans. A lot of things will happen to us. Just because you're a good person doesn't mean bad things won't happen to you. Yes. Things will occur, things will happen, but your resilience, your courage, your strength will always make you, come out of it. It will. So you're not the victim. You are a survivor. That's.
So I chuckled when you said just because you're a good person doesn't mean good things will happen to you. I have a friend of mine who something good happens to me and I'm like, I'm a good person, good things happen to good people, and then something nasty happens to me and I'm like, bad things happen to bad people. So when he sees this thing, he's going to call me and be like, did you hear that? So let's wrap up this healing process. Let's talk from a holistic perspective. How can we fully heal from childhood trauma?
Accepting. I'm willing to let go. Forgiveness. Try to trust. It's difficult, right? It's easier said than done, but you have to try it. Sometimes, just experience it. And the experience did not kill you. Since you survived those traumas, you survived those things that happened to you, that drained you, that kept you in your shell. Why don't you explore, try new things again and see? You're now, then you were a child, you could not express, you could not control a lot of things, right? Now you have voice, you're heard, you can control some things. So come out of it, no matter what it is, and stand to it. So at some point, you have to say no. Say it. Don't just say, okay, I don't want this to happen. Whatever thing that wants to happen, let it happen. Speak out, voice it. Your voice needs to be heard. You need to tell someone else. So it's just, okay, there is this saying that they say, when an adult tell you don't pass there, you should not pass it. You know, because if you pass there, you don't know what will happen to you. Why don't you tell me what you saw there that you are telling me not to pass? Because I'm a very inquisitive person. If you tell me not to do it, I want to try it out and find out what's up. So I could beat you at it, because you fail doesn't mean I will fail, right? So why don't you tell me I mashed a bottle there, so put on a slippers or a thicker pair of shoes so that you won't get bruised, or you jump that place 3 times, then I will know that, okay, there is a danger. Then not to tell me don't go there. Do you know if what I want to pick there is gold or treasure, right? So you cannot just stop someone else that has a vision. And you cannot limit yourself because of the experiences you've had, because you deserve the best, right? Irrespective of what you've been through. Almost as an average Nigerian, everybody's traumatized, right? We are all coming out from something, right? But that does not bring the end of you. That is just the beginning of you. Maybe that's just the voice someone needs to hear, the encouragement, you know, the experiences you have. Thank God for social medias right now, because if you hear things that our old parents did, oh my God, we are babies. We are nephews in these things, because they are way beyond your imaginations, right? It's just this. There's nothing new under the surface of the earth crust. So whatever thing you're doing is not new. Someone else somewhere has done it far beyond you. You just came to it. Same thing as the wisdom we all have. If you don't take advantage of the wisdom and the opportunities that come through you, someone else will do it, and you'll be like, they stole my idea, because you didn't take advantage of it. You didn't claim ownership. So what I'm saying in a sense is, you know, come out of it, claim ownership, you know, be bold of things that's happened to you, not in a very wrong way, in a very, you know, decent way. And, you know, you survived it. Doesn't mean someone else have to go through it. This is how it went, and this is how it is. People over-exaggerate things, and it's actually overrated sometimes and boring. But just tell them how it is. Relationship is not easy, but they will just come and tell you, yeah, it's very sweet, it's juicy, it's a blessing. No, tell them the implications, the struggle, the fights, the trials they will go through. But what you need to do is you come out of it, you forgive the person, because they are humans, we are bound to make mistakes, right? So if I can forgive you for stepping on my toe, what if I step on your toe and break your finger? What will you do to me, right? So yes, that's why acceptance comes in. You tell me sorry, and I'm like, okay, it's fine, right? Because I don't know what I will do to you next. You might step on my toe, and what will I do to you? So we have to release ourselves, free ourselves, encourage ourselves. You have to encourage yourself. Come out. So in a way of, you know, releasing all of these things, you can involve yourself in exercises, sports, activities, right? So there's this stress hormones that, you know, releases when you're doing exercises. Sometimes you can get it when you're running. Some people, when they're running, you see them laughing beyond control. Some of them get it during orgasms. You know, they start laughing. The excitement comes in from nowhere. You start feeling very happy for no reason. Those are happy hormones. So your body also falls sick when you're sad. It can lead to cancer. Different illness can happen when your body is not, when your happy hormones is not activated, because your neuron, your body, you know, understands your emotions and your feelings. So you could fall sick if you're not happy, if you're traumatized, if you're scared, your heart pumps. What happens? Your blood pumps, everything, you're sweating, you're hot, you know. So your body knows. That's why your body reacts to, you know, conversations. That's why you flinch. You know, those are reflex reactions. For example, you have a light and you put your hand in it. Before the signal is sent to your brain, your reflex reaction has already withdrawn it from it because it hurts. So your body understands situation recognizes occurrences. So what you need to do is sometimes let it be. Okay, yes, I know there will be fire, but I'm trying to quench it, and I will quench it. Not, oh, there's fire, I will run away, right? So if there is an outburst, the thing you should look for is a solution, not an escape route, not hiding, not telling. Even if I don't want to tell, why can't I solve it? Everybody is a problem solver. We are problem solver. That's how we are humans, right? And we have dominion to do all of those things because God has given us the ability to carry out taxes and to carry out things. So trauma happens, and it will always happen. Even as an adult, even as the most powerful people too are also traumatized. They're scared, let their wealth not go away. Someone should not come and kill them, right? Because sometimes they've even experienced a lot of things that they don't want to happen to them. So they are scared, they are shielding themselves. They're always guiding themselves. So you have to sometimes trust the process. That's the baby step you have to do. Trust the process, do your exercises, come out of your shell, smile, eat good food, go for massages. And if you need a therapy too, we can also recommend, a better help for you that can guide you through the process. Then if you also need a, personal therapist, I am here. I'll give you the right guidance on the kind of massages you need to do that will help you naturally healthy.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
So finally, I picked something from what you said. You spoke about exercises. Is it every type of exercise, or then are there specific exercises that help in releasing these happy hormones, aiding in trauma healing process?
Okay, depending on your health condition, right? So a person's health condition does not require them to do some certain kind of exercises. That's why you need a therapist first.
Yes.
A therapist also means is a psycho person that is trying to check if you're, mad or having psychosis, right? It's not even a problem to even have a psychosis because once in a while everybody go nuts, right? So your therapist will dictate things that is wrong with you. That's why we tell you that you're traumatized. You won't be able to travel yourself. You won't. Some people do. I don't know how they do it, but they try because some people are very multitasking. You could travel yourself as far as you're having a pain and you look for a way. You trace the pain, you generate it. So doing exercises is not every exercise that everybody should do. Sure. Because a lot of people have something going on their body. Some people have broken bones. Some people discs are open due to bad posture. Some people have issues, health conditions. So you can't tell people that have different conditions to do the same thing. That's why you need to find a niche. You need someone to find it for you. If you can't find it for yourself, you need someone to get it for you. But generally, there's general exercises you can do. Some people can't swim because I would recommend swimming. Swimming is a very good exercise that works from your brain to your feet. Every part of it is working when you're swimming, right? So it's not everybody that can swim. But there are exercises a lot of people can do. There are, techniques. That's why even in massage world, we have Sayatsu, we have Sayatsu massages, we have Thai massages. Those are lazy man yogas that you can do. You don't literally have to practice the yoga thing. It's just an example, a way for you to understand what it is like. But these massages, they are going to help hold on to those pressure points to, generate healing to your body. So it's as simple as that. Movements of the body, circulation. So everybody have different things that they will do.
Okay, thank you so much, Queen Edwin. When I was researching on this, I thought I'll have tissue and be sniffing and crying while you're talking, but then you had a way of making this conversation so interesting and educating. So thank you so much for teaching us. We have learned so much from you.
Thank you so much.
All right, so thank you for staying with us, viewers. To wrap this up, your trauma is not your fault, but your healing is your responsibility. If you feel overwhelmed or have any questions, send an email to healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. Again, healthmattersbdtv.ng@gmail.com. I am Amanda Emosigwe, sending you all the love and light and saying don't bottle it up. Take care, stay safe, and keep watching Business Day television. of youth reported being emotionally bullied.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and on this episode we have a very exciting person to speak with, and she's someone that you will really need to listen to everything she has to say, because she has great things to say. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back right now.
Physical maltreatment at 81.8%.
It's nice to have you today on Triumph Against Odds. Thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you for being here. And with us today on Triumph Against Odds, we have Kudzai Hove. I don't know if I got your name right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, and she's the CEO of My Food. Yes, I think I got that right too.
Yes, you did.
Because I don't like spoiling names, I always like getting them right. So I think let's just jump straight into it.
Okay.
So my first question is, you said your umbilical cord is tied to the Pan-African struggle. How did your upbringing and personal journey shape the way you lead Amai Foods today?
That is a very deep question. Thank you. Possibly too deep to start with, but no problem. Thank you for having me and inviting me on the show. I think, look, I'm a child of the 70s. I'm a child of the 70s in Zimbabwe, which is when the liberation struggle was at its height in the country. If you recall, we only got independence in the 1980s. My memories, my earliest memories were of the village, of the war, and subsequently, when I was about 4 years old, we moved to the UK. To be with my parents who were studying. So, and then at independence back to Zimbabwe. So we basically, I think my childhood was characterized by a lot of movement, a lot of new environments, being outside of my comfort zone, not quite fitting in. And I think it's informed my life in general. In that, I'm not scared to take risks that need to be taken. I'm not scared to be outside of my comfort zone, which if you're an entrepreneur in Nigeria, you're always outside of your comfort zone, making decisions without having the full information, because that's what life is, and having to deal with the results. I think that's really what's kind of shaped me, and in the way that I run Amai Foods, it's also kind of accepting people are different, people don't conform, and it's okay if you don't conform. In fact, some of the best ideas are from people who don't conform. So really to try and groom that characteristic of creativity, etc., in my staff, in my team. So to answer your question.
Okay. So my second question is, Amai started in a borrowed kitchen in Lagos with 3 women from 3 different countries. What small but defining detail from those early days still shapes how you think about business now?
I think what hasn't changed for us is our commitment to the type of products that we bring out. We've always maintained that we would never sell a product that we wouldn't use in our own kitchen, that we wouldn't feed our own children, and we've maintained that throughout. I think that's something that's at the core of who we are.
It could be
from Ghana to Nigeria to Zimbabwe, you've lived Pan-Africanism in practice. At this stage in your life and business, do you feel you're at a crossroad or just getting started?
Can I say I feel both?
No, of course.
I feel I'm at a crossroads and getting started. Okay. I mean, look, I've been around. Amai has been around for 10 years now.
10 years?
10 years,
To be honest, I just heard about it not too long ago.
Yeah. So it's been 10 years, which seems like a long time. I met a friend who said, look, a lot of businesses that started 10 years ago in Nigeria are not in existence anymore. So it is a while, and we've been through a lot. But at the same time, there are businesses that have been around for 100 years or 50 years. And so, for us, that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build businesses that outlive us, outlive our children, can attract the brilliant Africans, brilliant young Africans to come and work with us, to build an African brand, world-class African brand, and to know that hopefully 100 years from now it will still be around. So I think, look, it is both. It feels like we're at a crossroads in many ways in our journey, because lots of things are being put into motion as we speak today, but at the same time, it's always fresh.
Okay. Take us back to a moment when it felt like Amai might not survive. What nearly broke the company and what pulled you through?
So there have been many moments like that, which is where, we are stuck. We don't have the money to pay suppliers, or we need, we're struggling to pay our staff, etc. There have been many moments like that. And I think if most founders in Nigeria told the truth, they would also agree that there are many moments like that, and there'll be many moments in the future. But I think really the moment that I felt personally that I don't know if the company wouldn't make it was when I didn't think I would make it. I think, I have, I come from a long line of strong women, and so I had this view in my mind that I must be strong, and whatever comes at me, I will be able to manage it. And I think while that's been useful to some point, to some extent, I think that it has also it neglects things like mental health, right, and your need for self-care, and the fact that you can't carry a whole load by yourself. And I think that was the moment when I just kind of realized, if this thing is going to continue, first of all I need to take care of myself, and then I need, to spread the burden, not just amongst the co-founders, but amongst my team. It needs to be a shared burden, right? Because no company can survive on just one person. And so I think, that's what really kind of made the difference, and at least allowed us to pull through. And I think now that's continuing, that sort of ethos of everybody shares the burden is what's enabling us to continue.
So what, when you look at Amai Food, can you just explain to us what Amai Food is about? What do you people produce?
Yeah, so we're a food systems platform company, right? Our mission is to build out the infrastructure for nutrition equity and food sovereignty. Okay, so for us, what that means, I'll tell you what that means, and then I'll tell you what we do now and how we're going to, get to where we want to get to. For us, it's important that Africans can feed themselves, right? From birth, actually from before birth, right? From the time a woman gets pregnant to the time a child is 3 years old, or the first 1,000 days, let's say 2 years old, basically informs the rest of that child's life. Right, so early nutrition is super important, right? And it's an area that we are falling behind in as Africa. Nigeria, 40% of the children are stunted, right? And stunting doesn't mean just a small person. It actually means that that person during that first 1,000 days probably didn't get the required nutrition, which now can affect their mental health, their intellectual development, many things. So out of the gates, we're starting several steps back, and we need as a country to be able to address that, because no manner of tech investing or investing in oil and gas or whatever is going to solve for that, right? We need to feed our population properly so that our children develop and are able to take the mantle. So nutrition equity, that is what I'm referring to, is super important. And being able to feed ourselves, food sovereignty is super important too. So as I said, we're a food systems platform company. We're currently active in fast-moving consumer goods. So we produce our flagship products are tomato paste called Tomato Mix, and then Tomapep, which are the main products that we sell. We use local tomatoes, local onion, ginger, garlic, peppers in our products. This is kind of the first step. We are now doing a lot of work in our value chain to actually start processing, using renewable energy to start processing some of our inputs, but at the same time being able to process those commodities for export. We're very much of the belief that Africa, Nigeria, we're leaving too much value on the table by exporting raw commodities. There is a lot of value to capture, which can be shared with small-scale farmers and other people that are along the value chain, which to us is what creates real prosperity, which changes the dynamic when it comes to things like nutrition. So it's a very kind of circular way that we're thinking about it. We call it a systems thinking approach to the value chain. We're very, very particular about embedding smallholder farmers, women, youth, etc., into as many parts of the value chain as possible. So just beyond buying their product from them, we want them to be part of the processing, the value addition. We want them to be co-owners with us in the processing. So that's what we are looking at.
I think I like the holistic approach, as in looking at it from the full circle.
Yeah.
So so many African businesses face the same dilemma. Nkrumah spoke of exporting raw materials instead of finished goods. Was there a belief you once held about food systems or markets that you had to let go in order to grow?
The burden you're carrying.
That is a tough question. I think it might be what I kind of refer to as the inferiority complex that we as Africans have, that our products can't meet the standards of what is required in export markets, that we can't create the quality that is required. I think letting go of that belief, which many people believe, when you ask them, why aren't you processing? They're like, we can't meet up, we can't. So it's really, look, it's work, but it has to be done. And so I think it's really that, yeah.
Somebody has to do it.
Somebody has to do it, right?
So, growing a food company in Nigeria means battling currency swings, inflation, and tough supply chains. How did you adapt Amai Foods to survive and thrive through those economic challenges?
So let's be clear, the economic challenges still exist.
Yes.
And we're still adapting.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most relevant one was our move to use local tomatoes versus trying to source tomato concentrate from different sources. Now, we were, to be honest, we were kind of forced in that move, but it's helped us a lot in terms of controlling our costs, etc. So I think that really was what kind of helped us in terms of being a game changer, helped us in terms of our margins, being able to source more cheaply, and enable us to actually be able to compete. Yeah.
As a founder, there are always ideas and opportunities that look good but aren't right for the moment. What's one big no you have had to make, even though it was hard?
emotional trauma?
So, oh my gosh.
Some persons just need you to tell them I love
That's
you.
difficult to
It's
think
as
about.
cheap
I
as
can
that.
tell you
Because
kind of in
children
principles in
have
general.
emotional
The big no for us right now is any product where we can't
them,
source
they don't have
locally.
that feeling. They don't even know what love is.
Where we can't
so
build
when they
out a
go outside and
local
start seeing other
supply
people
chain
loving
that is
they will be wondering,
resilient
so why was
and
my
sustainable. So as attractive as a business
very,
may
very
look,
important for
we
us
won't
to
enter
look
into
out
it
for
if we can't see how we can localize.
For example, you have an
In the short term, it's more difficult because it's always been a country where it was easier to import.
Yes.
You know, because of oil, dollars were always available, so it was, you know, just it was easier. If you go to other economies, Zimbabwe, where I'm from originally, just getting dollars out of the bank is next to impossible. So that's forced economies like that to look inwards versus importing, because it's very difficult to import. But for us here, we've been a bit spoiled. I think the last few years though have taught us that we need to look inward, and in the longer term, it will be more beneficial for us.
So just listen and say,
When costs rise or market slows down, how do you balance the optimism needed to inspire your team with the realism required to keep the business afloat?
Yeah. Again, difficult, but I have a very young team. They're very passionate, very creative, and I think what's kept us going is the ability to adapt. You know, they're excited about developing new products, and so for us, a lot of it is about, okay, you know, this is a current situation. How do we adapt? And again, it's sharing the burden. No? The decisions are made jointly. We discuss possible solutions jointly. The budget is a team. How we spend money now is a team decision, and it's the best decision I've ever made, because you know, you now have members of staff who are saying, do you know what, you can delay the salary for a couple of days and make sure, just to make sure that production continues. Do you know, so that kind of thing is a huge deal, right? Because it's ownership of the business. Yeah.
I really like that, because everybody feels like they're part of it.
Yes, exactly.
They're part of something.
Yeah.
Something bigger than themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor of fear or limitations, if there are no limitations, no fear, what bold step would you take next to transform Africa's food system?
Well, we're already taking the bold step in the value chain work that we're doing, which we believe is truly innovative, you know, which I referred to earlier, which is setting up renewable powered processing closer to farm gate, and building out a model where the smallholder farmers and their communities are part of this process, from nursery of the plants to sale of the, you know, to table basically. So for us, that's what we're doing. If I had no limitations, etc., I would double down on that as much as possible. Yeah.
So looking,
hurt people.
if the next 5 years of your journey were a book chapter,
So how can
what would its title be, and what story
you
would
know,
it
as a
tell?
parent who's carrying so much child,
I think the title would be Transformation, and the story that it would tell would be about Amai transforming from basically an FMCG company into a truly food systems platform company. So, you know, the story would be about that process.
What would the title of the book be?
Sometimes you need those words to keep.
Did I not say the title?
No, let's talk about what you want.
Metamorphosis.
Very toxic environment.
Okay, so we are wrapping up. So I just want to ask,
you could go for
like,
massage,
a very important question. You know, we've been talking about, we've been so serious, we've been so, and I know you're somebody whose heart is big and everything. So I wanted to ask, when you're not running a mind, when you're not being a boss, when you're not leading people, what do you do to, what hidden talent do you have, and what do you do to relax, have fun,
hidden talent, not so sure about that. But what do I do to relax? Well, I'm a mother, which is not necessarily relaxing. I'm a wife, right? So I do spend time with my family, obviously. I go to the gym, I do strength training, I do yoga, I swim to relax. Also, although I've not done this for a while, and my colleagues will not be happy, I'm a bird watcher. I'm a member of the Lekki Bird Club, which is very active, and has an outing every month, although the places in Lagos are few and far between, are getting fewer and further between to be able to actually be able to bird watch. But there are places like the National Theatre, there's Lufasi, there's the Lekki Conservation Centre, etc. So bird watching is another thing, and then I have some involvement in some environmental activities. There's a competition that I'm working with the Lagos Urban Development Initiative called Greening Lagos, to encourage youth to find ways to green their local environment, but they have to use existing infrastructure and existing resources.
Funny enough, I didn't know birdwatching was a thing in Nigeria until my elder sister did a master's in ornithology.
Did she really?
Yes, in
wow.
Nigeria.
That's fantastic.
In Jos.
Yeah, Jos is amazing apparently.
So I was like, so when I heard you say, I was like, oh wow.
Yeah. No, Lekki Bird Club, I think it's over 100 members. Yeah, and it's mostly Nigerians, because people were accusing me of bringing foreignness, but it's actually mostly Nigerians. And the nice thing about it is it's an accessible hobby, so it's not too expensive to get into, you can bird watch if you're lucky in your own backyard.
Because I remember then my sister, when she comes home from Jos, and then she's like, that is it, one thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
And there's some people, I'm sure she can do it from the call. She can hear the bird, and then she'll be like, oh, that's it.
And it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
So, looking back at 2015 in that tiny kitchen, what's the one piece of advice you wish someone had whispered in your ear before you started at mine?
I think you get this myth, right, that founders have this clear vision from day one and they execute on it. And I think, you realize that vision changes, and it must change because the times changed, right? And I think I would have liked for someone to say, do you know what, it's okay. You don't have to have this, this is my vision and I'm building up. But there's this myth, Jeff Bezos had this thing and this. But if you look at his story or anybody's story, you can see Amazon adapted, right? It was books initially, and then it was this, and then it was, and you keep adapting, and that's how you grow. So I think that probably would have been the one thing that would have been useful. Yeah,
I'm sorry, but
at this point, I think we've come to the end of the podcast. But there's something I wanted to ask you, and I said I'm not going to let it go, but let me just go ask the questions that I need to ask. And that's, I read somewhere in BusinessDay about Kwame Nkrumah's wife,
his daughter-in-law,
teaching you.
Yes.
So the question I wanted to ask, and this is just out of the blues and all of that.
So you're not
Kwame Nkrumah, who I know, he's someone that you listen to and have a good listen. If Kwame Nkrumah was here, seeing what you're doing, and he looked at what you're doing and maybe used one of the spices and all of that you make and all of that, what do you think he will say? What else in your head can you imagine? What do you think he will say? Like, oh wow, it's not that kind of thing. Because I know he's almost like an inspiration and all of that.
Yes, he's an inspiration, but so was Margaret Nkrumah. So is Margaret Nkrumah, his daughter-in-law. I think she was possibly one of the strongest influences, in my early adolescence, in my teenage life. Yeah, but I think that he would take the shito that we make, because we do make shito sauce, which is the black pepper from Ghana, and he would taste it. And you know what? All Ghanaians all have the shito that they like, so he'd probably be like, too much onion, or something. But I don't know. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think it's moving in the right direction, and looking at people like an Nkrumah or Margaret Nkrumah herself, who's phenomenal. You want to always honor that legacy. What she taught you. This right to self-determination. She was very unapologetic about that in early independent Zimbabwe. Very unapologetic that it should be the country is ours and ours. Even if we mess up, it's ours. That's the point. I think part of building a business is something. It's not political, right? You're not, but it is for me work that you're doing in improving people's lives and changing the narrative for them and for their children and for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I mean, that's the hope, right? Is that you're not just a fleeting company, but you're actually a company that at the end of the day makes this deep impact, positive impact in people's lives.
Right, so you cannot just stop someone
Thank
else.
you so much, Kudai. So honestly, I wish we could go on and on and on, but sorry that can't happen.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
So at this point, we've come to the end of the podcast, and I really want to say thank you for having us. I've learned so much from just listening to you talk, and I'm really hoping that everyone who is watching and who is listening is learning, and I'm hoping they're taking notes too, because this is like a note-taking, experience. Even for me, people are not writing, I'm storing it in my head somewhere. So at this point, I would like to say thank you once again.
If you hear things
And so thank you for watching us today. Thank you for listening to us today. At this point, we've come to the end of Triumph Against Odds, but please, we still have a long line of interesting people for you to listen and learn. And as we always say at Triumph Against Odds,
someone else somewhere has done it. You just came to it. Same thing as the wisdom. So what I'm saying is
Money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odds podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is News Update reaching you live from Business Day Television News Studio right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Nigeria posts 38% company income tax growth in H1 2025 NBS. Manufacturing sector tops VAT contribution at 26.6% in H1 25. Crude for loans, NNPCL battles 8.07 trillion naira outstanding debt. And federal government vows to prosecute Nigerian banks collaborating in terrorism financing. Thank you for joining us on News Update. I am Deborah Eze. Nigeria generated 4.76 trillion naira in company income tax in the first half of 2025, a 38% increase from 3.45 trillion naira in the same period of 2024. The surge was mainly driven by domestic companies, while foreign firms' contributions declined. Quarterly data showed CIT rose from 1.98 trillion naira in first quarter to 2.78 trillion naira in second quarter, a 40% increase. Year-on-year, Q2 collections were also up 13% from 2.47 trillion naira in second quarter 2024. Domestic firms led the growth as tax payments jumped from 646.51 billion naira in first quarter to 2.31 trillion naira in second quarter, a quarter-on-quarter rise of over 250% and a year-on-year increase of 71%. In contrast, foreign company contributions fell 64.9% from 1.34 trillion naira in first quarter to 469.36 billion naira in second quarter. The financial insurance sector was the largest domestic contributor in second quarter, remitting 1.02 trillion naira. Manufacturing followed with 360.20 billion naira, while mining and quarrying contributed 212.27 billion naira, up 24% year-on-year. And moving on, the manufacturing sector led Nigeria's VAT collections in the first half of 2025, contributing 584.63 billion naira, or 26.6% of the total local VAT of 2.197 trillion naira. The NBS said this highlights the sector's crucial role in the country's economy. In second quarter of 2025, total VAT reached 2.059 trillion naira, with local VAT at 1.095 trillion naira, foreign VAT at 459.95 billion naira, and import VAT at 508.55 billion naira. Non-import local VAT for H1 25 amounted to 2.197 trillion naira, reflecting the impact of domestic economic activities. Sectoral analysis showed manufacturing led both quarters, as in Q1 of 2025. Manufacturing contributed to 26.03%, approximately 286.95 billion naira, rising to 0.68 billion naira in second quarter, a 27.19% increase. Despite challenges like high inflation, power shortages, and unsold inventory, manufacturing remains vital to Nigeria's growth. Its resilience ensures steady VAT contributions and supports broader economic development. And also, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is carrying crude-backed loan obligations estimated at 8.07 trillion naira based on its 2024 financial statement. The debts come from multiple crude for cash and forward sale agreements tied to Nigeria's oil production. One of the largest exposures is under the Eagle Exports Funding Deal, where NNPC still owes 1.1 trillion naira on a $900 million facility secured in 2023 and repayable with 21,000 barrels of crude daily until 2028. The Port Harcourt refinery upgrade under Project Yield carries a 1.4 trillion naira loan backed by the delivery of 67,000 barrels per day, while Project Leopard adds another 1.3 trillion naira tied to 35,000 barrels daily. The biggest liability is Project Gazelle, where NNPC still owes 3.8 trillion naira and is committed to delivering 90,000 barrels per day. And experts say the growing debt burden is weakening Nigeria's oil earnings. And up ahead, federal government vows to prosecute Nigerian banks, firms collaborating in terrorism financing. We bring you more details after this timeout.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol.
We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Welcome back. This is still the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. The federal government is warning that banks, chiefs and financial institutions found aiding terrorism financing will face prosecution or closure. The announcement was made in Abuja by President Bola Tinubu media advisor Daniel Buwala. Buwala said investigators are now tracking banks, accounting firms and other financial operators suspected of helping terrorist networks move ransom money. He confirmed that Nigeria, working with U.S. intelligence, is tracing funds through traditional and digital channels. He warned that intermediaries posing as negotiators could also be treated as accessories to terrorism. According to Buwala, no individual or organization will be spared once evidence emerges. He added that the government has the tools to trace complex financial flows and urged citizens to reject misinformation. Buwala also linked worsening insecurity to poor revenue management in some states. And moving on, Dangote Petroleum Refinery says to take full responsibility for Nigeria's petrol supply from December 2025, delivering 1.5 billion litres monthly. The pledge was made in a letter to the Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Authority, signed by CEO David Bird. Output is expected to rise to 1.7 billion litres a month from February 2026, with Dangote asking regulators to station officials on site from 1st December to verify and publish daily production. The refinery says the move is to guarantee transparency and public confidence. Dangote is also urging authorities to clear crude and product vessels without delays, warning that current bottlenecks are slowing operations and increasing costs. It appealed for full support under the government's Nigeria First Fuel policy. The announcement comes as Nigeria's petrol use average 56 million litres a day, with imports still filling the gap. Regulators say increasing domestic output is key to strengthening fuel security. And away from that story, the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, LIRS, says government must adapt to the digital economy, focusing on effective governance. Rashid Oluwajayi, LIRS Deputy Director of IT, spoke at the CIO and C-Suite conference at Awards Africa 2025 in Lagos. He highlighted that e-commerce, fintech, virtual assets, and mobile payments are reshaping taxation. LIRS is investing in digital infrastructure, automation, and data governance to improve revenue administration and taxpayer services. Oluwajayi said future fiscal policy must be intelligent, data-driven, and innovative, requiring skilled personnel and cross-sector collaboration. Conference convener Biola Lashende said the event recognizes African tech leaders shaping the continent's future across fintech, energy, health, agriculture, education, and cyber security. And still on, Coronation Merchant Bank has confirmed Paul Abiagam as Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, effective today, 1st December 2025 in Lagos. The appointment coincides with the bank's 10th anniversary, marking a new chapter in its growth and institutional maturity. Abiagam previously served as Acting Managing Director, overseeing accelerated growth, improved profitability, and the launch of new business verticals, including public sector and financial institution banking. Under his leadership, the bank also strengthened its balance sheet and market presence. The new CEO brings experience across banking, pension, wealth management, and investment banking, having held senior roles at Diamond Bank, GT Bank, and GT Pension Managers. He's a fellow of multiple professional bodies and has played a key role in shaping financial discourse across Africa. Board Chairman Babatunde Folawio commended Abiagam's appointment, citing his strategic insight and steady execution. Abiagam said his focus would be on deepening client value, enhancing the bank's market position, and driving innovation across all business units. And still to come, Senegal rushes to avert oil spill after Turkish tanker incident off Dakar. This and more after this commercial break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC. We are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where Senegalese authorities are rushing to prevent a potential oil spill after water entered the engine room of the Panamanian flag tanker Messine near Dakar. The vessel, owned by Turkey's Messine Shipping Inc. and managed by Bestitax Shipping, issued a distress signal overnight between November 27th and 28th. Tugboats and Navy team were deployed and all crew members were safely rescued. Dakar's Port Authority says work is underway to stabilize the tanker, preventing hydrocarbon leaks and limit environmental risk. An anti-pollution boom has been placed around the vessel as a precaution. Image online show the stern low in the water, though these have not been verified. And the South African rand slipped in early trade on Monday ahead of key economic data releases. The rand was trading at 17.1550 to the dollar, about 0.2% weaker than Friday's close. Investors are awaiting the ABSA manufacturing PMI after factory sentiment weakened in October. Attention then will shift to November vehicle sales, expected around 12:00 GMT. Nedbank economists forecast strong sales supported by easier financial condition, though slipped softer than October. Later this week, markets will watch for third quarter GDP figures on Tuesday, current accounts data on Thursday, and foreign reserves on Friday. In bonds, government debt weakened with the 2035 yield up 4.5 basis points to 8.54%. And on the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has signed a decree granting visa-free entry for Chinese citizens for stays of up to 30 days, covering tourists, business travelers, academics, artists, and sports people. The move aligns with a similar measure China introduced in September for ordinary Russian passport holders. The decree states that the arrangement will remain in force until September 14, 2026. It does not apply to Chinese migrant workers, long-term students, or those working in logistics and transport. The decision comes as Moscow and Beijing continue to deepen cooperation under their no-limit strategic partnership, signed shortly before Russia launched its military operation in Ukraine in 2022. Russia has since increased its reliance on Chinese imports to cushion the impact of Western sanctions. China's policy announced earlier also allows Russians to visit visa-free for up to 30 days for a one-year trial period. And the EU Chamber of Commerce in China says tougher Chinese export control are prompting more European firms to shift supply chains away from China. In a flash survey of 130 companies, 1 in 3 is considering moving sourcing, while 40% report export licenses are taking longer than promised. The chamber warned the controller, creating uncertainty, raising risk of production delays or stoppages. Concerns have intensified after Beijing threatened tighter rare earth export curbs, echoing April's restrictions that forced some EU automakers to halt production. Nearly 70% of surveyed firms rely on Chinese components under export controls, and many say the licensing process lacks transparency and poses intellectual property risk. And up next is sport news after this break. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Still the news updates. We now head to sports, where Manchester United manager Ruben Amorim joked that his side were still in set-piece routines after a second-half comeback secured a 2-1 win at Crystal Palace. United, under pressure after Monday's defeat to 10-man Everton, fell behind in the 36th minute when Jean-Philippe Mateta scored from a retaken penalty. Palace threatened to extend the lead, but key defensive interventions from Luke Shaw kept the visitors in the game. The victory makes it 4 wins and 7 for Amorim, with United now 4 points behind Manchester City. It also continues their strong recent record from set pieces, following goals from corners against Nottingham Forest and Tottenham in November. Amorim said he expected Palace to tire after their midweek European trip, and United capitalized as the host struggled to respond after conceding twice in quick succession. And so when the news, Chelsea battled to a 1-1 draw against Premier League leaders Arsenal, despite playing with 10 men after Moises Caicedo was sent off in the first half following a VAR review for a start-up challenge. Reduced in numbers, Chelsea still struck first when Trevor headed in a Reece James corner just after the break. Arsenal equalized through Michael Merino, who nodded home a cross from Bukayo Saka, but the league leaders struggled to create clear chances against Chelsea disciplined defense. Arsenal, missing centre-backs Williams, Saliba and Gabriel, picked up 6 bookings in a tense derby and were unable to turn their man advantage into a winner. And that's the much we have for you on news updates at this hour. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and on YouTube to get more updates from Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.